And thank you for your participation. This is really what this ASCENT Carbon Days was meant to be, to get together, roll up our sleeves, and try to figure things out. You are being pioneers, and so it's good to see all the positive energy in the room yesterday. Before we start today's session, I just wanted to do a small recap of the first 2 days and a couple of, how we plan to wrap up. So you will remember, because we tried to do it as a sequence. So the first day was really about, hi Monali, just in time. So the first day was really to make the point about the importance of implementation of your ASCENT program. Without implementation, the carbon will only go as fast as the implementation of the program. If there's a delay of the project, that delays the carbon. And so really at the foundation, you do what you're supposed to do with your project, absolutely critical for the carbon to come afterwards. Then we talked about how important the data is and the digital MRV. And you'll remember, without data, there is no carbon. And if we have better data and we have digital data, we heard yesterday we can have more credit because the methodology allows for less conservative approach. So and generates more credits. And also the market really values higher integrity, credibility, confidence in the information. And so that is really the whole point also of bringing the carbon into the digital MRV into the carbon world and the methodologies that were presented yesterday. We did the flow, so you saw very clearly, I know I was with the Zambia team, and it kind of became very clearly how the projects that we're doing on-grid extensions and the mini grids and the solar home system, where they were in the charts and what kind of data. This is not rocket science. It is data that our teams are used to collecting. We also talked a lot yesterday about, so this is the energy part, the digital MRV, but then we also need in the country a way to approve projects. The whole climate infrastructure and the carbon market world has set up a system with its own terminology. You'll get used to the words authorization and the words of associated with the mitigation action information note, which is the first document that is the carbon project document. You will get used to it, but it's important that our colleagues from the Environment, Climate Change Ministry also understand that the ASCENT program is coming, and it's important for you to also understand what this process is, and we will support you with that, bringing the project through the process you have in your countries. And we also kind of try to understand where there may be gaps in your countries and how where there might be some needs and support that might need to be mobilized. And for that, I really invite you to continue taking notes in the sheets about where you see gaps in your country, where you see needs, because we'll be collecting that over time and continue today. And today the discussion will focus, okay, so we figured out how to do we need to do the project, we need to get the data of energy, we need to transfer that to the digital MRV with the automatic calculation with the carbon engine can generate the emission reduction as per the approved methodology. So that is all independently verified. We saw how a project gets in the approval system in your countries. And today we're going to focus a lot on, okay, but how do we access carbon markets? Because at the end of the day, we are doing this to monetize the value of this carbon asset associated with energy access investment, so we can help bridge a portion of the energy access financing gap that you have in the country. And so my colleague Marcus will be leading this discussion. So we have a session on carbon market trends this morning. So just so you know a little bit what we're hearing in the market, where are the players. We have an exchange from some of you that have experience that is always helpful to understand how you prepare, how you set yourself up, what are the issues that are being discussed in these discussions. We'll have we'll then break for lunch, and we will work. At the end of the day, we would like you to have an action plan on a roadmap for you to go back after these 3 days. What do you think are the things that need to be done, and who does it? Whose responsibility is it, and who do you need to connect with? We will try to finish early, so we have a finish at 5. But I think my team would like to be able to release everyone at 4. So it's been a very intense 3 days. So that's what we're working towards. Marcus, Monali, I don't know if you want to add anything. I don't know where she is. But Marcus, over to you.
Good morning. Oh, thank you. So today, especially until lunch, we're trying to do this pretty interactively. So I don't just want to be up here and talk. I want to hear what most of you have to say and what your experiences are. What we're trying to cover in 3 sessions is to give you, for me, to give you like a brief overview. I mean, it's called Carbon Market. Sorry. So the session, I think, is called Carbon Market Trends. Okay. So it's not just about that. I want to give you a little bit of an idea why I'm here and why I have joined Monali and Martina as a co-TTL for the monetization work stream of ASCENT Carbon. So Martina laid out, the 5 work streams yesterday. And the last work stream, the 5th work stream, is called monetization. And I've been working in the legal department for 18 years in the World Bank doing carbon market transactions. And I've been asked to basically lead that work stream under ASCENT Carbon. So what I'm going to talk today a little bit about is, what have we done so far in terms of facilitating the monetization work stream for you, and what have been the responses from the market that we have received so far, and also what we're trying to build in ASCENT Carbon around market transactions, and ultimately how we can support you in doing this. And this is a big piece of what we try to take out of this workshop. After this workshop, we will have an in-country visit in Zambia to basically discuss in detail tailor-made transaction issues to make sure that they are ready to transact with the buyers, private and public sector. And we'll do that with all the delegations here in the room as soon as you're ready to transact. Okay? So what I'm trying to do is today not to dig deep and give you a deep dive of what carbon transactions are, but to give you a general overview, let you talk, let you present your experiences, because many of you have already transacted in carbon, and I think it's really important for everybody to hear what kind of challenges you have faced, how you have overcome it, what kind of recommendations you would give to each other. And we want to give that space this morning. So I hope this is going to be interesting for everybody. So without further ado, I only have 30 minutes to cover a lot of topics. I have scaled down my PowerPoint slides to make them also readable on these small screens. And let's go through this and see what we can get out of these sessions. So one of our responsibilities when we took over the work stream number 5, the monetization work stream, is who are the buyers? Is there interest in the market? And what would these buyers potentially be willing to pay, without indicatively, without any kind of agreement or anything, but indicatively. So we did a lot of calls with public buyer programs like Sweden, Norway, Switzerland, Singapore, We did a lot of calls with private sector entities, Amazon and Hartree, like brokers in London, to see what they are thinking about these credits. We don't have yet the standard finalized. We have yesterday received the final version of the marketing material that we have developed for ASCENT carbon credits. So we have not shared that with a lot of buyers yet. We had an initial info sheet that was a 2-pager, didn't give a lot of information. So the buyer side was also a little bit cautious because they felt they were not yet fully informed. But we are moving fast now that we have the marketing material, that the standards is getting approved soon, hopefully. So that we can present, especially to the private sector, more detail, more reliable information, data points, etc. So key insights from our buyer outreach calls. And we have not reached out yet to a lot of private buyers because we are waiting for the standard to be finalized, because the private buyers don't really want to talk to us without exactly knowing what the asset is and what the quality looks like. So there's a lot to come still, but I just wanted to give you some initial intelligence. Now somebody took over the screen. Okay, let me see if I can. Oops, on my laptop it moved. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. So let's just. These are the key points. There's much more. When we come to your country, we build a buyer database, basically, where we have all the buyers, all the information from our calls, in a very detailed way listed. I don't go into that level today, but rest assured you'll see that data when you get ready to transact. So what the buyers communicated to us during the calls is they have an interest in energy access credits of all the technology types that are part of the standard and the methodologies. So this is good news. So there's interest for these credits. Now some buyers, like the public sector buyers, they prefer everything that is non-cook stove because they think the cook stove credits should be taken care of by the private sector. They should be bought by the private sector. The public buyers are very interested in energy transition, energy access kind of credit types, so they are interested in that. The good news also is we can tag the credits to a specific sub-technology. So basically the buyer can see whether a specific credit comes from an off-grid activity or comes from a cook stove activity or some other activity. So we can actually allocate the credits to the buyer groups that are most interested in specific sub-technologies. Okay, so all of that is good news. Now what the buyers also want is reliability in credit delivery. So they look at what are the projections of credit delivery, what are the vintages, so the years in which these credits are generated. Some buyers have very urgent 2030 targets, but they also think beyond 2030. So they are looking at that, and they want to make sure that whatever estimates we have are conservative so that they can pretty much rely on the delivery of these credits. Now, most of the buyers, the public purchase programs like Sweden, Norway, etc., they are buying ITMOs, right? They want to basically use these against the NDCs, and therefore they are looking at authorizations. Now, this doesn't mean that you have to authorize. We still have the voluntary carbon market, which doesn't require authorization, at least most of them. So this is not a must. But what I'm saying is, so from the public sector side, it's Article 6, which requires corresponding adjustment. It requires authorizations, as we learned yesterday. For the private sector, especially the brokers, they say, if we want to have a reasonably high price, we should look at compliance credits. And compliance credits for private sector entities right now are mainly CORSIA eligible credits for airline industries. And so they also require authorization and corresponding adjustment. So this is going to be a key question also when we have these in-country visits after these workshops, to make sure that you feel comfortable about any kind of authorization decisions, that you have processes in place for that the decision-making rules are clear, etc. But it's not a must, so I want to clarify that so that you don't get nervous that you need to authorize all the transactions. Now obviously, robust environmental and social safeguard standards.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to ask about how do you compare the CORSIA eligibility and the Global Carbon Council requirements,
Okay.
specifically for the price?
I hand over to the experts.
Okay, we as Global Carbon Council are already eligible to issue pilot phase and first phase for CORSIA, so covered up to 26. 27 onwards, the second phase application is going on today, tomorrow. So hopefully by August it would get assessed and we would be allowed to issue second phase CORSIA credits as well. So we have to apply to CORSIA, and CORSIA has to assess our standard, and they have to give us the permission to be able to issue credits.
Yeah, so in other words, there's a process.
Now I hope the complying with the Global Carbon Council requirement will not be the burden if any country wanted to partner with CORSIA.
Actually, a clarification question back to Subendu. CORSIA is not a standard, is it? Right? So CORSIA is not a standard, right? So they just basically ask all the standards like GCC, gold standard, etc. to do what? If you could just tell that, so then the confusion that there is different standards might go away.
Yeah, okay. Okay. So, yes, CORSIA is not a standard. CORSIA is, a body of all the aviation sector which allows certain kind of credits to be brought into that sector, and the airlines can buy them. So they are more like a QA/QC body who takes care of the eligible standards, who can give that CORSIA label to credits, which can then be sold in that market. So we as the standards need to apply to them to get the eligibility to be able to issue credits. So we are already eligible for two sectors, the pilots and the first phase. Now we are seeking eligibility for the second phase.
Yes, so there's in other words, there's a process that we have to go through in order to get to CORSIA eligibility. But I think it's the process is clear.
Yeah, we already have gone through the process. The only problem is that they don't endorse standards across the board for the pilot, first phase, second phase all together. So you need to go in steps. So they first give you the pilot phase endorsement, then they allow you to issue for first phase, then they allow you to issue for the second phase. When the second phase part 2 comes later on, post 2030, you have to even apply, because their rules also change in between. They might say, okay, for example, they say for the second phase, you need to now say how you want to assess BAU scenarios, how you are going to do a downward adjustments with baselines and all, how you are going to take care of leakage emissions and all. So there are specific requirements for each phase which comes in.
May I ask follow-up questions?
Yep.
My understanding, there's actually two things, right? One, as a registry, as a standard body, you need to apply phase by phase. And also to the specific methodology we developed, it also need to get it there approved, no?
No. CORSIA is different from ICVCM. In ICVCM, there are two kinds of approval: the approval of the program and the approval of the methodology. So there are 2 stages. So even if the program is approved, that doesn't mean all credits coming out of the program are ICVCM compliant. Then you have got to apply the methodologies, then they approve. Then only credits from those applying those methodologies by that standard can be given that stamp. But for CORSIA, it's the standard only. So once GCC is said to be endorsed for CORSIA second phase, then we can issue all projects complying with the CORSIA requirement. We have a separate standard, like a CORSIA standard. So that can be given the label. So it's not methodology by methodology.
Okay.
It's the standard.
Okay, so this is not called the CORSIA CORSIA workshop session, but I think it's a fair point, to raise the question. So I think the issue is, if you want to sell an ITMO to a public buyer or a private buyer, or you want to sell a CORSIA eligible credit, it requires corresponding adjustment, it requires authorization. That's the point. Okay? So the rest, trust, credibility, of course, and high integrity of the methodology, I think we got all that covered. The buyer, what do they not want? I think that's equally important. What they do not want is like small and dispersed projects with high transaction costs and delivery risk. They are concerned about country capacity constraints, and they're asking the World Bank to somehow support countries in order to make sure that the capacity needs are met for these transactions. And we can dig deeper into that when we have the knowledge table and we discuss country experiences around the tables here. Also, regulatory frameworks. Countries are worried about regulatory frameworks that not clearly specify the authorization process or the legal title issues, like the ownership issues around carbon. They're worried and nervous about that. For some public buyers, it's even a red flag, they said. If they feel not comfortable with the regulatory system, they might go to another country. So this is something that you should bear in mind. Also, what's important is that the government has clearly assigned responsibilities with respect to transaction-related decisions, which includes authorization, but it also includes other aspects. So clear transaction responsibilities assigned. What the implications of all this is basically that marketing of these credits becomes important. And I mentioned earlier that we have now produced marketing material for these credits. We can share them with you. We are going line by line through them right now in order to make sure that everything is okay. And we have also country readiness profiles for 5 countries that we will share with the country representatives. We won't share that with the buyers before you have taken a look at them. But I just want to tell you that we are working on that. What buyers have mentioned is that they appreciate World Bank Group involvement, at least at the initial first bilateral transactions, so that they feel comfortable that the process is going smoothly. Buyers also are thinking about whether we can somehow aggregate credits, which means that we don't have just country to buyer transactions, but we have transactions. We always refer that like a flower shop. Every ASCENT country sends their credits as a flower type to an aggregator, which could be a broker, and the broker then sells bouquets to the market, from different countries. We are not there yet, so we are right now working under the assumptions of bilateral transactions for the time being, but that's what buyers would like us to look at. And then obviously clarity on the transaction process and the authorization process. Now, it takes a little bit of time. It's not switching.
Excusez-moi,
okay.
Est-ce que je peux poser
Thank
des
you.
questions, s'il vous plaît? Est-ce que
Yes,
je peux
please.
poser des questions par rapport au slide de tout à l'heure?
Sorry. Oh, the slide before.
Non, tout à l'heure. Ouais. Ok.
Yes.
Oui, vous avez parlé donc de préférence des acheteurs et de la taille du projet. La question que je me pose, est-ce qu'on a une idée donc sur la qualification de petits projets? Est-ce que c'est par rapport à la quantité de carbone évité? Il en est de même de coût de la transaction. Est-ce que c'est aussi, est-ce qu'il y a donc une définition par rapport aussi à l'enveloppe, ou bien il y a des standards, il y a des coûts fixes? Merci.
Yes, so they were not clear. I think they were not clear about the actual size. I think what they meant, if there's too much fragmentation within the country, too many small actors, they might feel uncomfortable with that. But that's also where the aggregation is coming in. If we towards aggregating ASCENT carbon credits, especially from the smaller countries with smaller volumes, right? And we have somebody aggregate these credits and then sell these bouquet of flowers to the market, it might address some of their concerns, because in that case you reduce delivery risk by having multiple countries provide these credits to the aggregator, and so the aggregator can sell, and if one country underperforms, another country might overperform, and then overall the risk is limited to a buyer. And I think that's what we are trying to get towards in order to also to protect the interests of the smaller countries. But I cannot give you an exact number. Okay, any other questions? Okay, if not, we'll go to the next slide. Yes, please.
Oui, bonjour. Merci de m'accorder la parole. Quand on parle de marché de carbone, nous entendons qu'il y a un espace où se rencontrent les offreurs et les demandeurs de services ou de produits. Alors, ma question, je voudrais savoir, est-ce que le marché de carbone respecte la loi de l'offre et de la demande, avec toutes les implications, quand lorsque l'offre augmente, la demande et les prix fait quoi? Ou alors, le marché de carbone, c'est tout un autre type de marché qui a ses propres caractéristiques, parce que je comprends qu'il y a des transactions qui se font sur ce marché. Je ne sais pas si vous avez saisi ma question. Est-ce que
Yes.
le marché de carbone respecte la loi de l'offre et de la demande, avec toutes les implications sur les prix?
Yeah, yes, they do. It's just like any other market. What the private sector is complaining about is that there's not enough supply of high integrity credits right now out there. With all the bad news from the voluntary carbon market over the last few years, especially private sector entities are very concerned about the environmental integrity of the credits that they are buying. And they are seeing that there's not enough supply, which is good news for ASCENT carbon countries, I think, because with our standard and our processes, we will deliver high integrity carbon credits. So there's a demand out there that is looking at exactly what you are producing, and that I can't tell you whether it's a seller's market at this point, which means prices will go up. I mean, the market is still in its infancy. I mean, especially Article 6 and Corsia also, same thing. So it's hard to predict where the market is going price-wise. But we have received initial indications, and they were quite positive. You have probably heard with the forest carbon credits, $5 per ton. That's probably history. I think we will probably go into higher prices, and we have been hearing from private sector entities and public sector entities that they are willing, if you deliver on all these points on the left-hand side, that they're willing to pay 20, 30, maybe even more dollars per ton. So, but this is still indicatively, this is not agreed yet or anything. They need to see the final standard, the final methodologies, what you have to offer volume-wise, and then they make a decision. Martina.
Yes. It's exactly. The question is, and it's exactly what I wanted to get at. The carbon market is like any market. It responds to supply and demand, but it includes differentiations according to characteristics of the carbon credits, and that's what market was saying. And that's what we've been arguing this entire time, is that we're trying to make sure that we generate with you carbon credits that are viewed with the characteristic that are highly valued in the market. And so that is why we have a robust methodology with that is making sure we don't exaggerate the volume of carbon credits. We have a methodology that integrates the digital MRV, that provides transparency and credibility to the credits, and that is also highly valued. We have a project here that includes very clear sustainable development benefits, which the market also values. So the market will value different credits that have different characteristics, and we are trying to make sure that we are make sure that the ASCENT credits have these characteristics that are viewed more positively in the market, so we can extract a higher value. Because I think that's what you were talking about, is what makes the credit more desirable or not, are these characteristics. And at the end of the day, it's also what Mark has said, also more than is a credit digital MRV, or is it sustainable development. It's also underlying, is the financing done in a credible way and stable ways? Is there a credible regulatory framework, so I know that the approval will be sustained over time? Okay.
Hello? Yes. No. I can hear myself, but not on the mic. You can? Okay. All right. So, I understand that this triggers a lot of interest. Go ahead.
Oui, c'est dans la continuité de la question de mon collègue. Dans mon pays, moi, je suis du ministère de l'Environnement, bien que hier, j'ai dit que nous ne sommes pas encore très près sur un certain nombre d'éléments, mais nous avons déjà enregistré un certain nombre de sociétés qui viennent pour proposer des prix sur les crédits carbone du Burundi. Alors, j'ai constaté que les propositions qui sont données par ces différentes sociétés sont vraiment très, très différentes. Les prix sont très, très différents. Alors, on a du mal, au niveau du pays, à nous fixer par rapport ou à savoir quels sont les critères qui font que X donne cette proposition et Y donne celle-ci, et où est-ce qu'on devrait se situer, et qui assure la régulation du marché carbone au niveau mondial, pour qu'on sache qu'on ne se fait pas rouler, parce qu'il est possible qu'on se fasse rouler si on ne regarde pas, si on n'est pas très regardant. Alors c'est tout cet ensemble-là qui nous pose problème et qui peut-être empêche même les pays à se lancer directement dans le cadre du marché carbone. Alors c'est un constat que j'ai fait parce que nous sommes confrontés à ce genre de problème. Merci.
Yes, so prices are always negotiable. You know, there's not a fixed price for ASCENT credits. There's not a fixed price for something else. Buyers always take into account country-specific circumstances. if they perceive any specific risk in a specific country, they might apply a discount to what they're willing to pay in order to somehow acknowledge that risk. But and that's why it's good to work on transaction readiness. And I have a slide also, if we get to those, on what transaction readiness also includes. I understand, Martina has been working with Zambia on readiness a lot, and so are a lot of TTLs across other countries. But I think it's important that you get a general sense of the value of what you have. I think we can be very confident about the credit types and the integrity of the credit types that we are producing under ASCENT Carbon. And we will see with the first transactions that are being signed, hopefully soon, like this calendar year, and see what kind of prices emerge out of that. Monali.
Yeah, just to add one small thing, which is, I think most countries in this room, I think most of you, have coffee production, right? Or you sell coffee or one of these agricultural produce. There is a price difference when it's determined to be organic, right? When you have a higher quality standard that you're able to apply on that product, right? So the same product is the same coffee bean, but it is treated differently by the buyer, and you get a different price from the buyer when it is stamped for quality, right? When you're able to prove beyond doubt that it is, the input to it is all organic, that you are using only certain type of fertilizer or, etc. So what that in some ways is the distinction that Marcus is talking about. What we are talking about is the buyer wants to know exactly the quality of the product that they're buying, which includes the input that's going into the product, but then they also want to know reliability. So if I'm going to give you a contract to say I want to buy 1,000 kilo of coffee, high quality organic certified coffee, then will you actually deliver to me that 1,000 tons when I want it, right? Because it's also not just that I will give you when I have it. I want it when I want it, right? So that's the reliability. And what is the one biggest problem that we have on reliability of supply pretty much in all our countries is things like, will the customs clear it? Right? Will the export office allow it to be shipped, put on a ship and sent away? Right? So that is equivalent to authorization. That will you be able to, as a government, allow that farmer or whoever is producing that coffee is able to do that certification, also sell it at that time when it is needed. Right? So that's kind of, maybe we should talk a little bit about equivalence. So the market exists, buyers exist. The buyers want something specific. They want us to be able to prove that this is what we are providing them and that they will receive it when they are promised, right? So that's basically, sorry, just to kind of simplify this, but I think that's that's where we're going with this.
Yes, and I think some of the countries here have Article 6 cooperation agreements signed with some of the public buyers. Can the tables raise their hands that have already signed Article 6 cooperation agreements or MOUs with buyer countries like Singapore, Norway, Sweden, etc.? So we have here, that is Zambia, of course. We have Rwanda, we have Kenya, we have Ethiopia. So you see, when there are Article 6 MOUs, it already shows that public buyers have an interest in your credits. They are looking, obviously, at your legal and regulatory frameworks. I understand I only looked at one or two of these MOUs. These Article 6 documents, it has a lot of language about corresponding adjustment and to make sure that these processes are looked at and implemented and all of that. So these are all good signs if public buyers are coming to your country and sign these cooperation agreements, because they already look at your potential, they already look at your regulatory frameworks, and they feel comfortable with moving forward with you on this path towards Article 6. So are there any additional questions? So I just want to, I don't want to repeat everything that's on here. I think we covered most of the points. So there's a positive private sector outlook if you basically meet all those criteria. There's a bullish outlook on the demand side of the market. The public sector, but we can probably do that at later sessions too, to look at what kind of support you have for that. But before we get into that, I wanted to very briefly show you the transaction types that we foresee, and also the pain points that we see on the seller and the buyer side. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this. So you have different kind of transaction options. What we are looking at for the initial transaction is the bilateral transaction between the buyer, whether that's public or private. We will see. There are some other options where we go, for example, through intermediaries or brokers, or where you can place your credits on an auction and have the basically auction your credits in the market. So there are different types, but we'll play it fairly simple at the beginning. Where we then move to other types of transactions that might be a little bit more sophisticated. I told you we think about aggregation, where we might use intermediaries or brokers. And then we have the buyers on the left side and all of you countries on the right side. At the very bottom, I don't want to get into too much detail. It's a marketplace partner. So we are working right now on trying to build a marketplace around ASCENT carbon credits, where we try to identify a partner, a private entity that can help us build a marketplace, that is built on transparency, where it makes it easier for you to connect with buyers, and all of these are things. We have received 13 expressions of interest so far, and we are evaluating them right now, and we'll share with you our lessons as soon as they emerge. Now, yes, please.
Thank you. So, continuing with my coffee analogy for a minute, it's a little bit like there is a big Nairobi coffee exchange, right? Which probably everybody has heard of at some point. And now there is this new Afri Coffee X, which is trying to do the same thing but using more of a digital platform. The reason why I bring this up is because, and why I just am talking about coffee is because it's an example of a product which is high demand all over the world, suppliers, growers from a certain part of the world, but then it's graded, right? It is highly organic, specialized farm to coffee cup kind of a solution where literally the coffee bag tells you exactly where that coffee is coming from. They have these QR codes, you can check where exactly this coffee is coming from, which farm. Or you have the other end, which is just blended coffee, right? So it's all kinds of coffee beans from a country or region, just all packaged together, sold as just roasted or so. The point is that just one product, if you think of it, it's just coffee. Sorry for all the coffee lovers here, but it's just coffee. Sorry for all the coffee lovers here, but it is literally just coffee bean, but there is massive amount of gradation, geographical, product type, and how it is presented, which results in different prices, different buyers being interested in different things, but then it creates a market, right? And I think that's kind of what we're talking about when we say marketplace and trying to find ways for even a small coffee farm to be able to access a buyer and be able to sell its product, right? So the equivalence is slightly similar in some ways, but that's the logic of it that we're talking about in this context. I'll stop there. Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you, Monali. Please. Yes.
So it will go as a wholesale, but then there'll be retail. The buyers will be able to sort of pick which ones they want, or the whole market will just be one package. Or
As part of the marketplace?
yes, as by
Well, the marketplace allows for different kind of transaction options. You know, there could be a broker aggregation function, can be bilateral, in which case the buyer will pick the country that they prefer. But we are trying with the aggregation also to support the smaller countries that might be at higher risk, might be perceived as higher risk countries, in order to allow them to access the market as well. Okay? Please.
So the questions are many, because this is a critical moment. So I want to ask you to break down for us. Of course, we followed this workshop, and these conditions have been passed through. But I want now to get the conditions broken down, and then we can see which conditions we have to comply on to get a quality carbon credit. So in a very simple manner, simple manner, broken down, and see what are the conditions we have to.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay.
If we can do that, I will appreciate. Actually.
Yeah, in very simple terms. I mean, we have limited time, unfortunately, but in very simple terms. So I think the ASCENT program already covers a lot. You know, with digital MRV, with the standard, you know, you have the integrity of the credit type that buyers are looking for. Okay? So that's the most important piece, the asset. But then the question is the transaction readiness of a country. And I have another slide that talks about that. So maybe I want to wait, but I can also tell you that what buyers are looking at are, you know, do you have a regulatory framework in place that addresses how you want to regulate carbon market access for a country? What does these regulations cover? Do they assign clear decision-making responsibilities around approving programs, authorizing corresponding adjusted transactions, etc.? So are the rules clear? Do you have in your regulation a provision that clarifies the country's ability to transact the carbon? Meaning, does the country have at least the authority to transact these credits? And who carries the ownership of these credits? Who has the legal ownership, the legal title to these credits? Some of the public buyers also ask, you know, are there any rules in your legislation that allow you to revoke authorizations? For some of the public buyers, that's a red flag. So if your legal regulation allows you, under certain circumstances, to revoke an authorization, for example, if you feel close to the end of the NDC period that you have, that you are short in meeting your own NDC targets, are you allowed to revoke certain authorizations that you have given in the past? So that's what the buyers are looking at, right? When they look at the frameworks, they look at the asset type. They might also look at your track record. Have you already engaged with carbon markets? Have you already sold credits? And that sort of thing. But these are the key issues. And when we go to Zambia next week, we will have these discussions with the Zambians to make sure that all these transaction readiness issues are covered, so that buyers feel comfortable engaging. I mean, Zambia has just signed a mitigation outcome purchase agreement with Norway, So we are pretty sure that they have all bases covered, but it's still good to talk this through again. Does that cover at least partially what you were asking? Okay. Please go ahead.
Merci de m'accorder encore une fois la parole. Moi, je suis du ministère des Finances au Burundi. Je suis intéressé par la mobilisation des fonds de financement à travers ces crédits de carbone. Alors, pour un pays comme le nôtre ou bien comme les autres pays, quels sont les mécanismes à mettre en place pour pouvoir canaliser tous les financements à travers les crédits carbone? Merci. Ceci, comme je suis au niveau du ministère des Finances, le ministère des Finances a parmi ses priorités de pouvoir mobiliser les fonds, mobiliser les financements pour des projets différents. Alors, je posais la question de savoir quels sont les mécanismes à mettre en place pour pouvoir mobiliser au maximum les financements à travers les crédits carbone.
So what you're talking about is the transaction revenue. How you can make sure that the transaction revenue is being used to accelerate energy access in the country? Or anything else for that matter. Yeah. So you're talking about the financing in order to generate credits?
Peut-être la question n'est pas... Non, quand on est sur un marché de carbone, il y a des offreurs de crédits, n'est-ce pas, carbone? Il y a d'autres qui sont là pour acheter ces crédits. Alors, quand j'entends que celui qui possède le capital, plutôt les actifs, le patrimoine, c'est-à-dire les crédits carbone, ce sont les pays. Alors, à travers ces crédits carbone, comment est-ce qu'un pays peut pouvoir mobiliser le plus de financement?
C'est une bonne question et ça va dépendre dans chaque pays. Mais une des choses qu'il faudra... ah oui, je parle en français. Oops. I hope there's translation for... one thing that will be important is to clarify each country will need to who has the ownership right of the carbon credits. We talked about this, I think, yesterday or the day before, and this will be up to each country. I know that in some countries we discussed, the ASCENT credits will be owned by the government, and they will get the revenue and plan to use it to finance more energy access projects. And that is the underlying plan for ASCENT, to mobilize the financing. But as a finance ministry in large, how you manage the carbon asset of your country broader than ASCENT is a strategy for you to develop. I don't think there's one way to do it. And it would require another session, but it's really a strategy that your country would need to develop according to how many assets you think you have, what kind of market you think you can access, and the issue about ownership will be very important, because if the country wants them, then you need to be clear that that is in contracts, that it is ownership of the credits belong to the country.
And following up on that, so Martina, I think, circulated a sheet yesterday where you can fill out specific needs that you have in order to support you in that. If this is specific need to figure out, how to deal with carbon credits in your regulatory system, you might want to put that into that chart, because we have a legal department that has been advising on these issues. So maybe that could be helpful. So whatever questions you have that you feel need to be addressed in order to enable you to transact, put that into that chart, and we can then follow up with you. Okay, so this great. I like that this was so interactive. I'm not even trying to get into the next segment of the last presentation, which is really about support offerings that we have. I might just show very briefly. So this slide, just to finish this up, it's just supposed to show you the different pain points that we have identified while talking to you guys as the sellers and the buyers. What are the pain points? What does frustrate each side? And so we try to identify these pain points in order for us also to find out ways how we can support the process in order to match make, to basically make sure that these pain points are addressed on both sides, not just the buyer side, but also the seller side, and bring you guys together. And the marketplace process will be part of that, but it's also some of the support tools that we're offering, such as buyer outreach that we are doing, the marketing material that we have provided, the country readiness profiles that we have been working on. We have legal templates, transaction templates that we have started to work on that might enable you to simplify a transaction process. Terms are balanced. And there are different other support tools that we're working on, which we can maybe cover once we talk more about your support needs in subsequent sessions. Okay, so I don't want to get into too much detail. One thing, though, I want you to take away from this is that when we try to identify support tools for you, we are guided by basically 4 goals: to make it simple, to make it standardized, to make it digital as much as possible, because that expedites things a lot and leads to earlier payments, and to make it transparent, whatever we're doing, so that there's trust and credibility built around our support tools. And last but not least, this is the last slide actually. I don't want to get into the details, but what I want to tell you is that there are different stages, right? There are different stages where we can provide support, and I want you to think about that over the next couple of sessions. What does it take for you to become transaction ready? What does it take for you to identify who you want to sell credits to, like the buyer identification or intelligence? What does it take you to actually negotiate a transaction with a buyer? And then ultimately, what does it take you to sign the contract and to implement the contract, to generate credits, to deliver credits, to get paid, etc.? And there are different things that I could think of in terms of support. The bold parts here are the things that we are already starting to work on support tools for you. And it would be really interesting in the next 2 hours to find out from you what you value most when you look at that. So I have a final slide where I actually wanted to do a poll, and maybe we can just do this briefly, like just indicatively with a show of hands, like where you personally see your biggest support needs. I just showed you transaction readiness, buyer identification, transaction negotiations, or contract implementation. Can I ask, who would think that they need definitely support on transaction readiness? Just a show of hands. Don't be shy. Everybody needs support. Okay, so we have a significant show of hands there. Who are the buyers knocking at your door, or do you need support in finding the buyers that are out there to sell your credits to? Who would appreciate support in identifying buyers for your ASCENT carbon credits? Okay, that's a fair amount of people. Now, this is key. So as a lawyer, the next one is the key for me. Who feels that they need support in negotiating transactions, mitigation outcome purchase agreements, or other purchase agreements? Okay, that's the biggest show of hands. So that's very interesting. Can I ask a question? Who has already signed carbon credit purchase agreements? Which countries have already signed? So we have Zambia, we have over there Rwanda. Only Burundi has not yet signed a purchase agreement. Okay, so we will work with you to make that happen. Okay, great. So there's a lot of intelligence in the room already. So, but I see by the show of hands that you still need additional support, and we will talk about this over next sessions. So I'm done with this session. I already exceeded my time, so I apologize for that. And I want to ask my colleague Jamie Seward from the Carbon Market Solutions Unit of the World Bank's Climate Change Department to come over here. Jamie has kindly volunteered to moderate a session. Thank you, Ashia. So no, I take this positively. This was a session that was very interactive. It triggered a lot of questions, a lot of concerns, and we understand that this is a sensitive process. A lot of people don't have the experience so far. This is complex, and go back to my previous slide. We look at simplification, standardization, digitalization, and transparency to make it easier for you to access carbon markets with these highly valued credits. Okay, so I understand that there's a lot of need to discuss. The coffee break is coming soon, so maybe you can wait with that. Yes, I wanted to give, maybe we can ask our other panelists, Marion, to come on stage.
All right. Yeah, please, other panelists, come up. I'm not going to talk a lot. So I'll be quick while they're coming up, just to introduce myself, because we want to make the rest of this very interactive. No slides equals team participation. So there's a trade-off. You won't have slides, but you'll have to participate. Marcus is going to walk around and engage with all the tables, because there's a lot of experience in the room. And what we're trying to do in this session with our friends from Rwanda and Zambia, but also all of you, is to hear your experience. We've talked a lot about a lot of principles, a lot of theories, and some practice as well. But I think the key thing here is if we don't really understand what we've experienced, it's hard to correct, it's hard to improve, it's hard to change. And the kinds of things we want to hear about is what your experience has been. What do you expect from carbon credit revenues? Also, I think a big thing will be, I know I'm going to call on you maybe, but we have one Ministry of Finance representative in the room, at least one. So hear what your colleagues in the Ministry of Finance think about carbon credits, how you see carbon credit revenue flows, the use of them. That question was very good that came up. How do you see them used? How would you apply them? How do you see it as part of like a financial stack for investments in energy, renewables, et cetera? But also what you hear from buyers. I think my understanding is we have a lot of mixed experience with engagement with different kinds of buyers, some of which are very aggressive, some of which demand certain things, some of which may not give you terms that you're particularly interested in. So we'd love to hear all of that. And then following up on what Marcus had in the last slide, what kind of support would you need? I think that last slide was really good. That helps us frame, how we talk about all this. So I'm in a carbon finance solutions team, and I think a big piece of what we're also here to help you with and discuss is how you'd actually get the financing arranged. And a lot of the questions that you're asking, which are excellent, are a lot of them ultimately about risk. And so, one question is, and push us as a group, World Bank group, is how do we help you de-risk these markets? How do we help you go into a market and give assurances that these credits are high quality? And so one thing Marcus highlighted, Yabe's not here, a colleague, but we're putting together a carbon risk mitigation facility as part of ASCENT, and part of that is for de-risking, basically with a price floor guarantee to developers and banks so they can make their own applications for bank loans more bankable. So that piece of the financing is actually assured. So that's some of what we're trying to do, but let me get into the panel. Let my new friends introduce themselves. Maji, I'm going to pronounce it incorrectly, and Maria from Rwanda. So you want to go first? Ladies first.
Good morning. I'm called Mario Nirere, coming from Kigali, Rwanda, in the Ministry of Energy as the Energy Financing Coordinator. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maiji Selemani from the Ministry of Green Economy and Environment, Zambia. Thank you.
Okay, great. This is somewhat scripted. Marcus gave us questions to ask, and the first is really, what support needs would be most useful in actually generating carbon credit transactions? Useful support.
We are not yet there. We are not experts, but we will share the journey that we've had to go through as a country to be able to monetize our carbon credits. I think it starts with frameworks that are in place, and these are some things that we did not have in place from the beginning. We all know about the Paris Agreement and then countries ratifying that, but it goes back to the national frameworks that we had to put in place. So as Rwanda, of course, as part of the Paris Agreement, there was a ratification of that. I think that was in 2016. And then we developed what we call a national carbon framework. But for purposes of monetizing this, we had to work with CDEV, and their support was so incredible, the World Bank team, to be able to get the standard crediting framework and be able to adopt it, but also align it with the national carbon framework. So it was a journey that we had to understand, to get capacity building, to understand the listing process, approval process, verification process, mitigation process, and issuance. So the whole process was to put technical teams in place. So with support from the World Bank, the technical team was empowered to understand all these methodologies and what is needed to list or to monetize the carbon credits. So we worked hand in hand, and we had to put a technical team, and then we worked with World Bank to put in place a governing body. So the technical team is supposed to go through all the technical documents to be able to understand the methodologies that needs to be done, the issuance process, the listing, mitigation, and then once they are done, they submit to the governing body. This governing body also had to go through the process of understanding this, and thanks to the support of World Bank, I remember we had support from the UNDP and Sustainable Energy for All to be able to build capacities for people to understand this. And we would say it's not easy, but people need to be committed, and the institutional coordination, because us as project developers, there is a national authorizing, designated authorizing authority that is always nominated to be able to represent in the process of carbon registry and so forth. So, and also to monetize the whole process. the fees and so forth. So there's a lot that needs to be done, capacities that need to be built, coordination along institutions, because you don't work in silos if you have to monetize this. Thank you. I'll stop there for now.
So for Zambia, firstly, technical support. So as a country, we have integrated MRV. I'm yet to establish the difference between a digital and integrated MRV. Sorry. We need support in that area because looking at how the market is evolving, we're moving towards the more like mandatory DMRVs. So I think we might need some technical support in there. Capacity building, probably coming in to support to catch up with the projects that are pending, some which are still in the pipeline. And also, considering this carbon accounting is a relatively expensive venture, so we're talking about advance commitment payments, like where you bridge, you finance like the gap between the implementation costs as well as future revenue from the carbon credits. Thank you.
Excellent. One follow-up question is you had mentioned all these committees, the governing, and so forth. How long did all this take from inception to seeing the cash flow?
Can you give her a mic?
I think I would say that this is about a commitment of a certain country. I wouldn't say that it takes this long, but for us it was really a short period. And because we had already signed an agreement with CDEV, also we had an emission reduction purchase agreement, so we needed to move faster. So I would say the national framework, I think, was adopted in 2023. And then by April 2023, that's, I think, 3 months, we already had the technical team and the governing body to be able to start all that. But the National Authorizing Authority, my colleague there, incredible in how he supports us from the Rwanda Environment Management Authority to be able to move the things quickly. So I would say basically it takes commitment. I can't put a timeline on that, but it needs committed people and to make sure you follow up every day.
So we just heard, two of our leaders in the ASCENT program sharing some of their experiences with their support needs. Are there any questions that you have? Are there any comments you want to make from your experience that you want to raise right now on the support needs issue? Is there anything anybody wants to contribute to what just has been said? I think we covered some of the... Yes, please. Just use your mic.
Okay, thank you. What I can say is like...
So for everybody, this is a Rwanda colleague?
Yes, this is from Rwanda. What I can say to supplement what was said, to be able to participate in this process of a carbon market, the country needs, especially for operationalizing Paris Agreement, the country needs to have in place their NDCs. Whatever you do out of your NDC, it is not eligible for, it is not easy to be part of this process of carbon. This is what I wanted to supplement.
Is there any specific advice you give in terms of NDC, ambition, conditional, unconditional? Is there any additional advice?
Yeah, thank you very much. To supplement my colleagues, yeah, it's better to have us in DC, but under DC you can find condition and unconditional measures. So all conditional measures are eligible for carbon market. So you have to highlight in your NDC, this is a condition, or this list of activities. We call it in the carbon market context the positive list. The positive list is eligible for carbon market. So your NDC should highlight straight the condition measures eligible for carbon market, and the investors or stakeholders wanted to invest in the carbon market to have at least the relevant mitigation activities to be done. And another point to highlight, it's on behalf of the country to have the national registry, carbon registry. So now we are working on it. Very soon we will share the link. Very soon we will have the registry working properly online. That is also mandatory for the country to be in the having the right position in the monetization of carbon pricing. Thank you.
Okay, great. I don't know if there are any other questions or interventions. We can move to some other questions for you. It might be a little bit off script from here, because I'm a bit curious. You know, how are the projects that you've realized? How are they financed? Who financed them? How are they financed? How did you get them off the ground?
So for excuse me, recovering from my cough. Sorry. So under the new framework, we don't have any projects authorized, but on voluntary markets, we have some traders already doing it, and then these markets are where the developers and the buyers negotiate their prices. It's the price is not set by the government. It's affected by the type of project and probably the contractual agreement and also the forces of the market. So they are currently running. Yeah, it's these are basically community-based forest carbon-related agreements. Yes, thank you.
For us as the Ministry of Energy, currently the projects that are being monetized are financed by the World Bank, not ASCENT. We haven't monetized ASCENT. We have what we call Energy Quality Improvement Access Program funded by the World Bank. So under it, there is a component of result-based financing that is financing solar off-grid and clean cooking. So those are the two projects that are being monetized at the moment. But as we get more knowledge and understanding, we want to expand even more. Thank you.
Are there any questions regarding financing or comments regarding financing of your underlying activities? Does anybody want to share any particular insight or experience that might be useful for others to hear?
Everybody needs a coffee break, it feels like. Everybody's lively on the last one now. You've gone quiet.
No, I guess it's a good sign that everything is financed.
Everything's clear, I guess. Yeah, that's great.
Okay, so just to speak on the financing part, trading in carbon markets is a relatively costly venture because carbon trading is basically an ex-post kind of activity where payment is made after emission reductions have been verified and issued. Simply put, we can say that the developer will have to pay for the project implementation, the monitoring infrastructure, as well as the verification cost upfront. And then after the reduction, the emission reduction has been done and verified, then they wait for that time to get their payments. So this, I think, is a biggest challenge to venture into this market. Thank you.
Maybe one quick question on the voluntary markets. Are all these, who's coming to you for any authorization, or are they at all? in some of those deals? I know you've had some interesting experience.
So for the voluntary markets, like I said earlier, the discussion is basically between the buyers and the sellers. So as the ministry or as the government, we come in to regulate and...
I mean, we have private sector that have already been participating in carbon market. Our colleagues, again, from REMA, they are the ones who have been regulating all this, the Ministry of Environment. And quite most of these companies are actually into energy sector, distribution of clean cooking stoves, the ones that are into fuel production, like pallets and briquettes. They've already been monetizing this. So it's not the first time, but as a government in the energy sector, we just started in 2023 to monetize our projects, yes. And the regulation, of course, is done by the Ministry of Environment and REMA.
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe to provide some figures. As of now, from the establishment and launch of a national carbon market framework, we have 29 projects. Some are distribution of improved cook stoves, others for the land-based project, forestation and restoration, and the water purification, and also e-mobility and hydropower project. Thank you.
Okay, great. Maybe a follow-on. When the revenues flow, what do you do with them? What are your plans with these revenues and/or uses? Oh, you have it. Okay.
Yeah. So I think now we've as of last year, I think we got our first payment from CDEV. So we've put in place what we call a steering committee to be able to understand how this financing is going to be used. But of course, we've already agreed with the Minister of Finance that are the key resource mobilizers, and we've agreed that this funding is going direct to the energy sector. So the steering committee agrees on where it goes, but of course, we are looking at scaling up off-grid, scaling up clean cooking, investing in fuel production to be able to hit our national clean cooking targets. And of course, for solar home systems, we are looking at, first of all, scaling them, but also what we call post-warrant, that we're able to replace systems that are faulty or no longer working, because we all know that solar systems or panels or batteries have an expiry or time that they need to be replaced. So, but the portion of where and the percentage where it goes, it has to be agreed in the steering committee that we've already set as a ministry to take on and discuss on the way forward on how funds are going to be utilized.
So, so for the voluntary markets, like I mentioned earlier, some are community-based. So there are systems they've set in place for the sharing of those proceeds. But for compliance, and depending on the type of agreement that's there, it's basically the buyer and the seller. They decide how they'll use those finances. Of course, there's some part that comes to the government, but it's also it also has guidelines on how it's utilized. It's not specific that the money that comes from that or the revenue that comes from that will go to a specific sector, or it goes pay priority assignment from the government.
How is this dealt with through regulations? Is this something that is contractually done with the buyers, or is there some regulation in place that requires the country to use the revenue from certain transaction types to reinforce and finance additional activities? Because some of the buyers are asking these kind of questions. And it's part of what Martina mentioned earlier, part of the idea of ASCENT Carbon, that you get IDA funding for your programs, but you also generate additional revenue that helps you basically increase your activities in your country on energy access. So basically to use the revenue for that. And the question to me is how do you regulate that? Is there a regulation in place which requires, for example, the Ministry of Finance to allow the revenue streams to be used for additional activities? Or is this contractual?
First of all, I think it cuts across all countries. The Minister of Finance are the ones who are in charge of resource mobilization, first and foremost, when it comes to government funding. So basically, as a sector, you need to present your request that if this funding is coming, it will go as a revolving fund to already existing projects. But this is subject to their approval. And this request is always presented to also to the buyers, to the people who will be paying this funding, to ensure that you are actually aligned. So for now, that is how we're doing it. And moving forward, we believe as we keep monetizing carbon credits from the energy sector, our voice will always discuss or have to agree with the Minister of Finance that these funds has to come back to the energy sector to be able to actually do work related to where the projects are coming from, the project developers.
So just to echo what she said, yeah, all revenue money-related issues run through the Ministry of Finance. And then on the contractual basis, there is no legal framework that will say when you get these funds, direct them to energy, or when you get these funds, direct them to whichever sector. There is no framework, legal framework that dictates that. Thank you.
Can I just add one small consideration on this really important question about the use of the carbon revenues. In the context of a carbon project, I don't know if you remember yesterday, Subendu from GCC mentioned that we needed to defend the additionality of a project. And in the carbon world, that means you have to justify what contribution additional to what we'd be doing otherwise this carbon project makes. So it's not only ASCENT, any project you have to demonstrate that without the carbon revenues, something would not happen. You're actually this project is possible because of this carbon addition. And so when you look at the argumentation for the ASCENT program, we have World Bank IDA financing. What the argumentation logic that we're developing is that we could never do more than what is possible with IDA financing without the we can reach more energy access with the carbon than we would otherwise. And so, and I think I see nodding from my colleague there. And so that is really the argumentation. There isn't, you saw Monali showed a slide of the huge financing gap for energy access in all the countries. Carbon would not fill the whole gap, but it would help contribute to something that there is no money for right now. And so it is important that in each country you consider how you put that in place, because that will be a key part to defending the carbon project. You will hear this term additionality in all carbon projects, and we need to make a good case so our friends view this as a credible piece that this project is making a difference on the ground towards mitigation because of the carbon revenue. And so this recycling back wherever process you have in your country back to energy access is important for energy access, but it's also important for securing the approval of the carbon standard that this is a valid carbon project.
So, question into the room. Are there any experiences that you have encountered regarding the revenue use issue how are countries thinking about addressing how the carbon revenue is being used? Is there anybody here who wants to share anything?
Thank you. My name is Vida Male. I'm from Tanzania in the Ministry of Finance. In Tanzania, we are having a special guideline on the carbon revenue, and we are having the clear distribution of carbon revenue, how much we will developer get, how much the community is getting, how much the special funding for environment will get, but it is for our full sector. But then it is unfortunately for the NH, we don't have. Maybe we are going to copy the full sector, or what will be agreed. Yeah. So it is not hard for us to know the carbon proceeds.
Okay, so homework still to be done at some level.
Marcus, there's one in the back.
Please go.
Yes, on Uganda's concept, we have the carbon financing regulations, and under those regulations, we have specifically included a percentage under which project carbon credits will retain that goes back to the carbon developers, and which percentage will Ministry of Finance be retaining. So our carbon sharing arrangement is very clear and according to our carbon financing regulations.
So we're hearing that a regulatory approach is applied towards the use of carbon revenues in some countries. But I think this sounds as if this still needs some work, some thinking, and if the bank can provide additional support to you to figure out how to best do this, I think you should go through your TTLs in your country to channel those kind of support need requests. Are there any additional comments on revenue use? We have our finance ministry from Burundi. Please go ahead.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Je suis intéressé par les finances parce que je suis du ministère des Finances effectivement du Burundi. Et je remercie d'abord les panélistes pour nous avoir partagé l'expérience à propos de la finance carbone. J'aimerais poser des questions. Est-ce qu'au niveau ou au cours du processus budgétaire, vous intégrez cet élément de savoir les prévisions des recettes qui vont provenir du marché du carbone? Si c'est ainsi, combien de pourcentage représente par rapport aux recettes générales du budget? Voilà, merci.
I think there was a lot of movement in front of me. I couldn't capture the question well, but I think he was asking the percentage of that. Is it that goes to the budget? I don't know.
Oui, peut-être une précision. Au moment du processus budgétaire, vous faites des prévisions. Est-ce que les prévisions de recettes que vous faites au niveau de la finance carbone représentent combien en termes de pourcentage par rapport aux recettes totales que vous escomptez avoir par an?
The question is in terms of budgetary planning. How do you, to the countries who have marketed and sold credits, how does the Ministry of Finance plan for these revenues that will come to the country? How is that done? In the budgetary planning process, how do you take, does the Ministry of Finance in your countries take into account the revenues that come from selling carbon on the market?
I'm looking at Ministry of Finance colleagues.
You can respond.
I think we could agree that things to do with monetization of carbon credit is something new, honestly. But the way, given an experience on how government works, Rwanda, most of the revenue streams have to go through the normal process of where the government provides funding to different institutions. So we believe moving forward, this is going to be part of the budgeting process. But as of now, of course, the revenues come through the Ministry of Finance, and then they are disbursed to different institutions that are going to be implementing certain projects. So what is done, we sign what we call a subsidiary agreement. Normally, the financing agreement is signed between the Ministry of Finance and the people who will purchase those carbon credits. Once the Ministry of Finance receives that amount of money, it is dispersed to the institutions that are going to be implementing certain projects that you have agreed on with the Ministry of Finance. We normally sign what we call a subsidiary agreement between the Ministry of Finance and us as an implementing institution, and we agree on what this funding is going to be used. So, but currently it's not in the normal budgeting framework that we normally take to the Parliament to read, but I see as a future moving forward, that is how it's going to be done, probably for government projects. I can't tell much about projects from the private sector. Thank you. I hope that answers the question. I have my colleague from the Ministry of Finance. Maybe he needs to say something about that.
Yes, thank you so much. She actually put it well, but maybe to give you an idea of how we do our PFM process, we usually have what we call PBCC, Planning and Budget Course-Aquila, where we discuss how the planning alignment with the national planning and budget allocation. So usually when there is an existing agreement on how to use some of the money that are being generated from different projects, you usually we have a close collaboration with different institutions, either being the Ministry of Infrastructure, being REMA. So we try to make sure that at least whenever there is a generation of revenue from different institutions, we try to also allocate where the money are supposed to be allocated. So usually we have consultation during those processes to ensure that at least every money is used accordingly.
Okay, thank you very much for those insights. One more, and I think we have time maybe for one more question.
Just one from the standard perspective. I would like to take a step back. We are discussing on where the money goes, how you allocate it. Now you need to understand that when you set out these fees, which are there as a country, ultimately how does the credit get issued? The credits gets issued on a registry, right? It's like a bank where you get issued. Now we have a problem here. The problem is, say for example, we were looking at your fee structure as published on the 13th of Jan, right? As per your new notification. There is a 2% of emission reductions parked against authorization under the transaction fee. There is a 1% against national buffer account for your national registry. There's a 15% set aside to take care of domestic climate priorities. Now, all these deductions can happen only at the registry, right? Because that's where it's like a bank where the deductions can happen. Now, you got to instruct the standard on how to do it. Do you need a separate account for each of these buffers? Because we have to then, say for example, we issue 1,000 credits, we then have to set aside 1% of 1,000 will go to this account, 15% to this account, 15%, and we have to tell us who is going to operate that account. Whom do we need to give an access to these accounts? Else we cannot do them. or you have to tell that all these deductions will come into one account, a country account, which is held in the registry of the standard. Then you're going to decide what you want to do with it and all. So now there's one project where we are now crediting now, and this fee structure has come. So we needed also a discussion on that. We need to know how do we split, because there are around 4 or 5 heads on which we have got to split credits. So do you need separate accounts for each of these deductions? Or you need a common account? Who's going to be the guy who's responsible for it? Whom do I know to give an access to be able to transact them or monetize them from your end? So these, because there's someone who's sitting who's maintaining these accounts. That's the standard.
Last month, what is referring to is Rwanda approved, the cabinet approved what they call guidelines on project carbon fees. It was just approved last month. So personally, I'm also, apart from reading the guidelines that was approved by the cabinet, there are some key questions that you're asking that we have to go back. Unfortunately, my colleague from the Rwanda environment that developed these guidelines, I think he's out. But your question makes sense. But I would say since it was approved last month, so we actually don't, personally, I don't know the details on how those fees are going to be paid. Because I was asking him yesterday, are we also going to be paying government by government? Because we are project developers. Are we going to be paying you guys? So I think there is a lot that needs to be understood after the guidelines have been put in place. Berthe, they were asking on, I think you will answer that question. The project fees on how they are going to be paid, is it in what bank account? Irrelevant to the guidelines that were approved last month by the cabinet.
Yes, thank you very much. The fees, currently we established and published the fee structure to be paid either for the administration fees, transaction fees, or corresponding adjustment fees, etc. So the money will be collected by Rwanda Green Fund. Yeah. Then channeled to the Ministry of Finance. And also in the ministerial instructions, we designed some percentages to be paid either to the community or to the government of Rwanda, what we call benefit sharing, and also how we can design which percentage should be dedicated to the running cost for the designated national authority functions, etc. Thank you.
I think Shwendu,
Yeah.
should that be a concern, because government wants only the revenue from this one, so they set that certain percentages. So what the government, for example, I saw there's one more government actually which recently did, they specifically asked they need to disclose the pricing of the credits to the government. Of course, it's a confidential basis. So, and then they know how many credits will get issued. And then government basically wants, okay, these many credits are issued, this much revenue you get, out of which I need this much money, and they will manage in their national registries.
Coming to that. So there are 2 parts of it. One is where the price, there's a price tag, means $2 per credits. That's easily settled between parties, right? The government and the party in itself. There's a part which is a percentage of credits. So then we have to set aside the credit into a different account, right? We cannot, either the government says issue everything into the account of the project owner. We then say how much the project owner is going to cancel and reissue in the national registry as equivalent credits to be sold separately. So we need to know the modalities of do the government wants us to do it at source, or they want everything to be issued to the project owner, and then they decide between them. They say, okay, the project owner comes and raises a cancellation request for 15% and tell us this it is going to get reissued in the national registry as credits for the government to be able to take care of their costs. So that modalities differs from country to country.
Yeah, I think this requires some discussion, but my understanding is that countries doesn't want to engage in it for further transaction. Okay, set aside certain percentage of in different account, and then they do the transaction later. But they want 2% of the revenues corresponding to that. That's basically what they want. So yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I mean whether it's the monetary value of the transaction or the exact total amount of credits, that's not clear to us. So we need to know. For example, even adaptation fund. For us, the adaptation fund goes into is linked with the UN adaptation fund. But there's a country who told us we have a adaptation fund which has to be managed by the country. Then that's a different account. We have to create that account then separately.
For the case of Rwanda, we will have to provide more clarification on that. The guidelines just came out last month. So this is an assignment that we are taking home that we need to make sure it's very well clarified for all the stakeholders. Thank you.
Yeah, I think this last conversation highlights three things to me. One is the Ministry of Finance should be in all of these discussions. They need to be part of this ecosystem that we're talking about. We have a few representatives, but it's something we at the bank are trying to do much more aggressively. Shortly before this job was only engaging with ministries of finance, debt offices, these questions about where the revenue comes, how it flows, how it's designed, how much to expect are critical issues. And also the other thing I'd say, because it's come up a bit here, and Rwanda's also advanced in this sense, of how to mobilize and channel the funding. So some countries, like Rwanda, has a dedicated fund. Others are thinking about it. Some are looking at specific carbon funds, some are looking at climate funds more broadly, and some are looking at sort of very narrow types of vehicles that are government connected or owned. So it's something to consider. It's all new, and perspective, if that's considered, to think through how that would be designed in a way that's flexible, that can mobilize capital from institutions like the bank, but a whole bunch of other commercial capital and carbon flows. But it's a way to centralize and make this transparent within a government. I know we had some discussions in October with some of your colleagues in Tanzania and the Ministry of Finance about this, whether to set up this kind of vehicle under the Ministry of Finance, because a lot of the flows are going all over the place in the government. The Ministry of Finance doesn't necessarily have a full view or scope of where that money's going and how it's being spent. And I think from our perspective, that's critical. I mean, they really need to know if it's a sovereign level flow, where that money's going, how it's being used. They're ultimately going to be accountable at the Ministry of Finance. If, the green, like our funds, or World Bank IDA fund, whatever, goes to some projects, they're on the hook for it. And if the carbon revenue flows come as well, it's another thing to consider. And then I guess a final point, whenever we get into anything related to fees or taxes, it becomes contentious. And I think we need to clarify that as well. And as you say, I think that's great. It's all new. And I mean, I think we're all getting our feet in that area. But also, I think we want to learn. That's why this is great. We also want to learn because, Marcus said it at the end, simplification, standardization. I mean, it would be great, again, from a market perspective, what are these fees? What do they look like? When I go to Ethiopia, I go to Tanzania, I go to Rwanda, I go to Zambia, I'm looking at something. Countries are sovereigns, they have different approaches. But if it's all over the place, again, this fragments the market, right? So if we're driving towards credits that will be interchangeable, think of it like the coffee example is a very good one. You can trade coffee, you can do futures on coffee, you can do derivatives on coffee, because it's a standardized product. So, I mean, that's something, we'd ultimately want to get to, but at the moment, we're feeling our feet, right? So,
just to add on, there's more to this, really. I think countries will, for us, learning was a really difficult curve, and we're happy where we are. Thanks really to Dan. I always say that with Ministry of Finance, you have to sign the legal documents on behalf that the beneficiaries will not claim the carbon credits and so forth. So there's a lot that needs preparation once you decide as a country to monetize carbon credits, and really where the support comes from, that is required for people to understand and be able to comply with all the legal instruments that are required. Yes.
So thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to the panel. So we have taken the liberty to exceed our allocated time on the agenda for these 2 sessions. I hope they were useful. I hope they were informative, and it was time well spent for everybody. So I think everybody deserves now a coffee or a cup of tea. And I think, if you have conversations over coffee, I think in the next session, if I remember correctly, we will also talk about support needs. So start thinking about that, and we're looking forward to see everybody back in, Martina, 15 minutes, 30 minutes? 30 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you both. That was great. Thank you.
is scheduled for 45 minutes. We try probably to bring it down to 30 minutes to catch up on the agenda a little bit. But it's about talking about challenges and opportunities in terms of communication. It's supposed to be an interactive session. I will walk around, allowing people to ask questions and contribute. And this will be run by Monali.
Thank you. Thanks, Marcus. So, welcome everyone. Hope you have had your coffee. We're going to talk more about coffee beans and trading coffee beans later. But this session is really to hear back from you. So, if I may have everyone's attention, if everyone could look up from your screens for like 10 seconds, I will feel as if I have your attention. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so as Marcus mentioned, this morning we have talked about what does it take for the coffee bean to reach the buyer. We have talked about what kind of challenges the Ministry of Finance needs to help unlock, right? And I sincerely hope that by now you see the value and the importance of the delegation from each of the country, right? You see the value and importance of having Ministry of Finance here, of having the Ministry of Environment or Green Economy here. What is the absolutely critical role of the utility of the Ministry of Energy, right? So I hope now you see why this delegation is structured and invited the way it was. Now comes the question as to, based on everything that you've heard since yesterday, but particularly since this morning, what are some of the key challenges that jump to your mind? Don't think too much about it, but just the first instinctive challenge that pops to your mind to say, in my country, how will we do this? Or, in my government, this may be a challenge. Or whatever be the question that comes to your mind as a potential challenge in helping get carbon finance for the energy access project in your country under ASCENT. So that's the question. And the reason we're asking this question, I should tell you, is because after lunch, we're going to talk about the roadmap, right? The roadmap from where we are today to actually getting carbon finance flowing back into your energy access project. So the more you frankly, openly share a challenge that you see, once we articulate a problem, we can find a solution. But if you just let it sit and don't look at it, it won't go away. It will still be there. So that's the objective of this session. So let me stop here, and please, maybe we ask you to raise your hand, and if you don't want to raise your hand, we'll just go table by table. Which is probably not the best. So please, go ahead.
But maybe in addition to challenges, we would also be interested in hearing what particularly you're excited about, what kind of opportunities you see in this, and what really drives you. So, and whoever contributes first, the ASCENT Carbon team will sponsor a double espresso at the bar downstairs.
Okay, so you have 3 minutes to try and raise your hand, otherwise we'll start going table by table. Yes, okay. Go ahead, then I'll come to you.
So to me, that would be maybe the coordination between the different ministries and the different counterparts involved.
Maybe we do a couple of rounds and then.
She has already said mine. Mine was the institutional readiness, because here in Tanzania table, we are more like 4 representatives from the different institutions, but it is unfortunately everybody doesn't know each other. So the key challenge here is coordination and institutional readiness, because here we are having the electricity utility company. We are having here who is he's a coordinator of data. We are having here the ministry responsible for energy. He's the one who is going to make sure that the credit money is going to be invested in the energy project. We are having here a representative from the Rural Electrification Agency, the implementer, and we are having here a Minister of Finance, of which my key eye is mobilization of climate finance. So I don't care if it's going to be invested in the energy sector or NDC, but we are missing here a person from the environment where he could be very prominent person to push the agenda to implement the NDC commitment. So having the ASCENT program in place, now we have to work together as a team and not work in isolation. So my key excitement is at what time, how soon are we going to get those credits? Yeah, thank you.
That's great motivation, right? When am I going to get those credits? And the interesting part is a large portion of when that can happen is in your hands, right? There is, of course, all the process and everything that you heard, but it all begins with what's in your hands and in your control. So, yes, it's proving to be $1 billion question, right? Coordination. But let's keep going, and then maybe we even get some. If anybody has any ideas on how to improve coordination, that's a welcome as well.
Yes, I think
Malawi table has a hand up.
Yeah, I just a quick comment. I think interministerial coordination has proven to be a key bottleneck in these carbon transactions, and the better the communication is working, the more effective countries can be in monetizing carbon. So that was one of the reasons why Monali and Martina placed all the countries at one table, so that you actually get to know each other and start building that interministerial coordination. And maybe when you go home, you think that through even further and start putting together like a task force or of that sort. Thank you. So we had a question from Malawi. Or comment?
Yes, just a comment from Uganda's counterpart. It's an interesting thing, and we thought we were really ahead of the game, but we have realized there is something bigger to work on, and that is establishing a task force that is linking all the key interministerial, and then also visit the Ghana carbon kitchen to see how things are being cooked, because we need really to match up at that level. Thank you very much.
I missed the last piece. Did you get it, Marcus?
The Ghana kitchen.
Yes, the Ghana carbon kitchen. We see really how they have done their things, because it is really amazing. They have challenged us as Uganda. Thank you.
Excellent. I'm super glad that you saw that as a challenge, because then you feel like rising up to it. Okay, we have a comment here from Ethiopia side.
Okay. Thank you, Monali. And from Ethiopian side, I think as a gap, we also share the previous comments. We have fragmentation on the implementation institutions and regulatory bodies, but still we are working on it. For example, Ministry of Planning, they have a huge mandate on issuing those policies, regulatory frameworks. We have also the EPA, environmentally they are mandated. Ministry of Finance mobilizing on the resources, including climate finance. EU and EP also on generating and especially on distribution as well. The EU, the utility side. So strengthening the integration between those bodies is very important. So as it's already highlighted as a solution, establishing task forces, including the steering committee, on implementing and expediting these interventions. So, as highlighted, this is one of the challenge, but as a positive thing, those institutions, implementing bodies, including Ministry of Water and Energy, they have a good experience and exposure in implementing those previous programs. So that's also a good asset. Also, we are also learning from other peer countries. For example, from Rwanda, we are witnessing that they have a good, systems they have already established. So such kind of platforms we need to learn from other peer countries as well.
Are you communicating with other countries close by, like Rwanda, with your counterparts when you have questions on how to do things?
Actually, we are about we are on this initiative. It's my first time when I meet on this ASCENT program, but even from the previous panelists, I have learned a lot from their pointers on mobilizing their revenue, how they are reallocating those resources, those carbon revenues, and reinvesting into the sector. So we have a huge fund gap, and even we have a huge gap in the connection, in energy access in Ethiopia. So the sector really demands financing. So we are still learning. Like to the Zambians, we don't have any clear indications whether the mobilized resources should be allocated for energy sector, but we have a consensus and internal agreement, including the cabinet body, that that sector really demands huge financing and the resource mobilization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have been planning for a while, and I'm looking at my colleagues here, some more exchanges between Ethiopia, Rwanda, and Uganda. I think we can add carbon-related knowledge exchange as an agenda item there. So that's great to hear. There's always a lot that you all can learn from each other, right? Because we can only bring you some thoughts and so forth, but the real life hands-on experience lies with all of you. Yes, please, over to Kenya.
Okay, thank you. From the Kenyan table, I think one thing that has stood out is the need for continuous or continued capacity building. That is on how to model and structure projects for carbon financing. That is why we can benefit from carbon credit. Because, as I said during day one, it's evident that some projects are actually, they meet the criteria, but the process through which they were structured makes it difficult for them to benefit from carbon financing or the carbon credits. And also, as my colleagues have said, the need for continuous coordination between different sectors. Let us not work in silos. Let us bring everyone on board so that, for example, the Ministry of Finance, we always have its own priorities depending with what government has said. But when we bring in a project maybe from the energy sector, and the first thing is there is no money. Yeah. So for us as implementing agencies, how can we structure our projects? Even as we approach the Ministry of Finance, we're giving them an option of how the project can be financed. I think that will break, maybe will open up most of the projects that actually at the moment are not being implemented due to lack of funds. Then lastly, the legal framework. Well, I don't know why this becomes a problem for most of us African countries. We realize that we have so many handles when it comes to embracing new technologies or new ways or imagine ways of maybe undertaking financing. And I think it's the right time that as we work on our legal framework for carbon financing and carbon credits, we ensure that we learning maybe from others. What have the others done? Let us not try to reinvent the wheel, because most of the other countries, maybe in European market or maybe in America, they have already done this and Asian market. So let us try to learn from them for us to bring home the very best. Thank you.
Absolutely, great point.
No, that's fantastic. To your last point, I mean, Kenya is one of the few countries that actually has a climate law, right? So you have a fully fledged climate law. You have recently amended the climate law in order to improve the carbon market provisions. So that's all very laudable, and you're a leader in terms of regulatory efforts to address carbon markets. What the bank has been doing, the legal department in the bank that I used to work for, is we have prepared, and that's currently under peer review, what we call a Carbon Markets Legal and Regulatory Reforms Toolkit, which is about a 130-page document in which we make very clear recommendations on how to structure regulations in a country, fit for purpose, fit for carbon markets. And what we're planning to do is to have regional workshops in Africa, in Asia, in Latin America, where we want to provide a forum to countries to share their experiences with their current legislation, what has worked, what hasn't worked, and then we share the key takeaways from our toolkit exercise. And so countries can go home and see, I need to adjust here a little bit or there a little bit. Maybe you have a second amendment to your climate law coming out of that. But I just want to announce that already. It's not yet formalized. It's supposed to be launched at the Innovate for Climate conference in May in Singapore. But it's going to come. So stay tuned, and we will create that forum for learning from other countries' experiences.
I think we have a comment on this table, and then I'm going to ask this side of the room, which is too quiet. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the floor. Mine was just to add on the capacity building and to comment what was or has just been commented here about Kenya being ready, because we have regulations, we have amended our Climate Change Act, and the regulation, Carbon Market Regulation 2024, it's in line, and on that, we can say that we are ready because we are still developing some other legislations, like carbon trading, registry, and also they are in draft. And to add on the capacity building, because in our regulations we have captured about the benefit sharing mechanism. So what I would like to add on capacity building, how do we remove the perception of the community about this selling, that we are developing credits here and we are selling it somewhere. So that has not clicked well in the community to understand it well, so the capacity building is needed. We have a equitable benefit sharing mechanism where we say that like 40% goes to the community on the land-based projects and 25% for non-land-based. But how do we ensure that the community understand this? So capacity building is needed in large. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I think it's capacity building and awareness, right? Understanding. Because like, for example, for a cook stoves project, the community benefited because they got a free cook stove or a really, really cheap cook stove, right? So that's the benefit which the carbon made happen and would not have happened without it. And I think cook stoves is just an interesting example because it doesn't have any cash flow, right, associated with it. In electricity services, at least there is the bill payment that happens on grid and even pay-go systems. There is money that flows in over time. So, but you're absolutely right. I think it's a lot about communication. And awareness and understanding that you are receiving benefit. It's not like somebody else is making money off of you, right? That's a perception challenge. But thank you. That's a very important point, I think, which is common to all countries and needs to be, handled centrally. So you don't leave it to the company or the project to try and explain this. You just explain it as a whole. So let's go to this very quiet side of the room. Yes, please.
Merci.
Juste pour renforcer la remarque sur le besoin de coordination de tous les ministères, notamment concernant la mise à niveau, la mise aux mêmes informations des ministères concernés en tant que partenaires, notamment le ministère des Finances, le ministère de l'Environnement et celui de l'Énergie. Par ailleurs, il y a aussi le besoin de mise en place d'un cadre réglementaire clair, notamment un point important, c'est concernant le ownership du crédit carbone, qui a un impact direct sur l'utilisation et les modalités de gestion des fonds générés. Je crois que ce sont les 2 points importants que j'ai à soulever.
Oui, j'aimerais juste ajouter pour quelques points. C'est en particulier l'accélération de la mise en place de la politique et stratégie sur la gestion des marchés de carbone à Madagascar, qui est en collaboration avec la Banque mondiale, et aussi que l'accélération et création des MRV à Madagascar également, sans oublier le renforcement des capacités des membres des autorités nationales désignées sur les marchés carbone. Parce que là, actuellement, depuis l'année dernière, il y avait un arrêté ministériel sorti par le ministère de l'Environnement et du Développement durable portant sur l'exploitation des marchés carbone à Madagascar pour tous les secteurs générés de crédits carbone. Voilà, merci.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I'll just pick on one point, which is the absolute criticality of having the digital MRV systems up and running in each of your countries. I think that some of the points were also repeated from others, but that's in your hands, and that's absolutely critical. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to reinforce this one point. Do you want to add?
No, but I think it's always worth reminding ourselves, if a question like this is raised, it's shared by probably 90% of people in the room. Yeah. But you were the one willing to raise it. So thank you very much. I don't have much to add. Are there any other, maybe also positive, opportunity-related comments? And we've heard here, let's accelerate the transaction and payment process. At Tanzania.
That corner is still very quiet.
Okay.
I am
Munali
tracking.
is the police woman here.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Just
so
to make sure that because you're quiet, you're not left behind.
You have 5 seconds to think about a comment until I reach your table. No, sorry. I don't want to put you on the spot.
No. We don't want to put anyone on the spot. But I think it's just to make sure that, some of us are quieter than others. Sometimes some need more encouragement to speak up, just to make sure that you are not forgotten. So, as Marcus said, we need to go for lunch in like 5 minutes. But from this table, from colleagues who have more experience, like our colleagues from Rwanda, or where are the colleagues from the Burundi colleagues where is the Burundi table? Oh yes, who had great questions yesterday and this morning. So
show of hands.
If there is anything also positive, right, that you would like to share, it doesn't have to always be a problem. It could also be a solution.
Merci beaucoup. C'est effectivement pas des problèmes. Ce ne sont pas des problèmes que nous partageons, c'est juste notre état actuel de participation au marché carbone du Burundi, qui est encore un peu en arrière par rapport aux autres, mais on est déjà sur la lancée parce que nous avons déjà élaboré notre premier cadre, le cadre du marché carbone du Burundi, qui est validé, mais qui attend de passer par les processus de validation du gouvernement. C'est vrai qu'avec ce que nous avons appris à travers cet atelier, nous avons remarqué que nous avions un peu besoin de l'avis des spécialistes et surtout du projet ASCENT pour voir notre projet de cadre du marché carbone, comment il est. Alors nous l'avons effectivement soumis à certains de la Banque mondiale, de l'équipe de la Banque mondiale qui est ici, Madame Martina. Et elle a accepté de faire une revue et de nous proposer et de nous faire des commentaires par rapport à notre projet déjà de cadre sur le marché carbone. C'est déjà une avancée par rapport c'est un point positif de la participation à cet atelier. Ça, c'est un. Nous sommes sûrs qu'avec les avis de la Banque mondiale, on pourra nous aligner et avoir un cadre carbone bien élaboré. Deuxièmement, il y a au Burundi, nous avons l'autorité nationale désignée de suivi de l'article 6 qui a été mise en place. Mais si je vois les exigences qu'il y a au niveau du marché, cet environnement du marché carbone, je trouve vraiment que nous allons avoir besoin de renforcement de capacité de notre personnel, de nos experts, et pas seulement, mais aussi de conseils par rapport à comment est-ce qu'on va organiser les autres équipes connexes, parce qu'il n'y a pas que ça. J'ai vu qu'il y a également d'autres aspects qu'il faut prendre en compte. C'est donc tout un ensemble d'éléments qu'il faut organiser sur le marché carbone dont on aura besoin. C'est aussi un point positif qui nous a permis de voir nos faiblesses. Et nous sommes heureux d'avoir le projet ASCENT au Burundi et la Banque mondiale. Et nous allons nous rapprocher du projet ASCENT, de la Banque mondiale, pour qu'on puisse développer tous ces aspects. Nous avons vu à travers l'expérience du Rwanda qu'ils ont pu mettre en place leur cadre en 2023. Et aujourd'hui, ils sont déjà sur le marché carbone. Je vois que si on y met beaucoup de courage, on pourra le faire très rapidement. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup.
I like the statement that you need to know your weaknesses in order to become strong. Yep. Right? So I think that's shared with a lot of people in the
Absolutely. And I think that has inspired a hand.
Thank you very much. I think as Zambia, you've seen that there's some background work we've done, trying to implement Article 6. I think the Minister of Green Economy has done quite some background, which gives us leverage on most of the information that we've received. And also it's been quite an eye-opener to receive so much information, especially on the presentations you made on what the buyer needs, what the buyer wants, and what is expected from us. I think that was very critical in us knowing that it's not just an issue of inputting figures and feeding on that document that we were given yesterday. There's also issues of integrity, truthfulness, and also just clarity in our submissions. I think that information is quite critical so that based on the background that we already have, we can proceed to learn. But I think we also need quite a lot more capacity building. I think in the aspects of identifying the buyer, negotiations, like you mentioned, I think those, based on the information we've been given, we are not ready yet to actually delve in and start doing it ourselves. I think there should be some practicality at the end of the day when everything that is supposed to be done is done, and then we reach at a point of implementation. There's also need to chip in to say, okay, now that we have a real case, this is how it's done. I think there is that last component that we need. Thank you.
Super. Thank you very much.
And this is said by somebody who just signed a mitigation outcome purchase agreement with Norway. So a very humble statement here from a country that has actually done these transactions. But I agree with you. It's complex and it takes time to build that confidence.
Thank you very much. I think mine is to try and draw a distinction between the general carbon market as well as the commitments made by the NDCs. It's not clear to me, I'm sure my colleagues also may agree with me. The question is, the commitments by NDCs, the carbon tons, are countries allowed to sell those tons, or they'll be jeopardizing their commitments? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great question. And actually, it should be taken back and raised, right? Because the question, as I said yesterday as well, the question always is, how do you balance commitment made towards climate change with the urgent, immediate development priority of the country, right? A commitment made to NDC under climate change is not even expected to hold back bringing more electricity to your people, right? That's not. There is not a conflict in there. Because it's all about national development first, but then to do it in a manner that really minimizes, if not reduces, the impact on climate change. And that's where I think ASCENT, the energy access projects, and to our friends in Burundi, is not just ASCENT, it's also SOLAI, right? Same for Ethiopia, it's not just ASCENT, it's also ADEL. And it's kind of the same for many other countries where it's multiple projects. But the reason I say this is because this is an internal national dialogue. This is a sovereign decision, right? And I think it's great that you're bringing this question up, because each of you really need to go back and make sure that it is brought to the attention that there should not be a trade-off between expanding access to people and achieving climate commitments, right? There is a path forward for it to be done together, because that's what is expected in some ways by the global community anyway. So just one final thing, and then I hand over to Marcus, is I hope that over the last 2 days and by today, you're able to zoom in on more specific of what do you mean by need for capacity development. And I was really glad that the Zambia, several tables actually are starting to become more specific, right? We need capacity strengthening for how to do a transaction, or how to negotiate, or how to align, or how to assess NDC compliance, right? So now that we're becoming more specific, we're greater chance of moving towards the achievement of faster transaction, as our Tanzania table said. Because general workshop, you don't need a general carbon market workshop. Now what you need is to be very specific. In my country, this and this and this is the specific support that we require. And the more granular you are able to be, the faster we will go towards an actual monetization. Yes, Marcus.
Yes, and with Zambia, Martina and me, we will be coming to your country next week, and that's exactly what we will be talking about. So when you talked about the value to you of the buyer information, that was only the peak of the iceberg that I presented here. When we come to you next week, we will give you much more buyer intelligence. And other things, if you can identify specific, as Monali says, capacity building needs, that could also be useful in order then to help us, very precision, like with what your needs are. But I consider Zambia to be one of the first mover countries. You are obviously one of the first mover countries. Whatever precedent you're setting, whatever success you celebrate, is also a great signal to the rest of the delegations in the room. So we are trying to support you in order to make that happen.
So I think because we are now standing between all of us and lunch, which is a very dangerous place to be, I'm only going to give 30 seconds in case the Malawian colleagues or our colleagues from Rwanda want to say a few words, but no pressure. You will have an opportunity later as well. So Daniel, are we ready for lunch? Okay, so we have extra minutes. Yes, Marianne.
Okay. My question is for the pricing of carbon credits for ASCENT. Will countries will be part of the negotiations from the buyers?
Yes. The answer is a definite yes. Because I think the question comes from your side because in the past we have worked on CDEV projects where the World Bank, not CDEV, World Bank Carbon Finance funds, right? Where the World Bank was acting on behalf of a certain number of buyers and negotiating a price. But the model that we are looking at right now is the World Bank, we are like your coaches. Imagine if we are running a marathon. All of you are running a marathon and we are coaches. But our job is not to bring you to one buyer or bring one buyer to you. Right? What we're trying to do is using all this DMRV platform, all this the GCC standard, all of this is to create credibility of your carbon asset. Right? That's what we are doing. But then the next step is not for us to be in the negotiation with you. Right, which is where the idea is to try and bring as many buyers to be interested in ASCENT Carbon as possible, and then help you kind of be a coach and an advisor and a supporter to you so that you are able to get the best possible price. Now, how will that mechanism work at this point? It's still under development and consideration, but really this time what we are trying to do is to help you prepare. So you go out and find the best price possible in the most transparent manner possible, right? The market right now is in really very much still a bilateral space. You know, you kind of don't have a lot of transparency of am I getting the best price or not? But that's where we're trying to look for ways to make it happen so that multiple buyers see multiple sellers and you as a seller have the possibility to shop for the best possible contract, right? The best possible price. So I think we will have more discussions on this in the coming months because I think it's a process and everyone is doing it for the first time. But we are looking for you to be part of this journey, which is very much where the innovation comes in to try and doing a different way of doing business, but something that really works to every country's advantage in terms of getting the best deal possible.
Yeah, so what we try to accomplish this calendar year or this fiscal year until July is to really have one or two pilot commitments for a transaction. When it comes to the actual negotiation process of a contract, we need to discuss with you what kind of support you need. There are ways that support can be provided, even though we cannot represent you in negotiations or draft legal contracts for you. We're not allowed to do that. But there are other ways that we can support you if you feel that's needed. And what's important is that we get these first transactions done bilaterally in order to send a signal to the market that ASCENT carbon credits are out there. They are of high quality. And we try to, with the roundtables that we might put in place where we let buyers and sellers meet, create like momentum around the market around ASCENT carbon credits so that once the first credits are issued and the first pricing signals are revealed, that develops a dynamic that then can feed into this marketplace platform that we want to put in place so that people will start contacting you and are looking for these credits, and you have a better idea what the price signals have been and are, and what you can ask for. And we try to help you along that way. But ultimately, different from the past, it's your transaction, it's your monetization process, it's your transaction. All we can do is to look into the market and see what's out there right now, build interest in making these first transactions happen, and then hopefully come out with a pricing signal that is high enough for everybody to make this worthwhile.
Absolutely. And I'm told that lunch is ready, so I'm going to leave you with one last coffee thought, which is look around you. There may not be a lot of experience or knowledge on this way of doing business within the carbon finance sector, within the carbon market sector, but this is not alien to the markets in general, because you do have products which get premium prices. You have, even if you talk about coffee, you have beans which are sold at minimum price, you have beans that are sold domestically, you have coffee beans that are marked for export, and you have specialized organic, high quality, etc., coffee beans which are bidded to the highest bidder, right? And that's where we're trying to get, right? So the price should not be driven towards the minimum price possible, it should actually be driven to the premium price possible. And that's where all of this effort around DMRV, carbon, the platform, and all of this is coming to say, how do we change the market so we are driving prices up, not to the minimum possible, right? And that's where transparency, competition becomes so much important. So with that thought, I think we can break for lunch, I am told. Thank you. So, okay. Have you received an email with an attachment of a Word file? When you open the Word file, there is a table in it which looks like that. No? Yes? No,
There
but
should be at least one person per country delegation that receives it.
okay, no? Burundi table hasn't.
I received it. I can share with you.
Okay. Has
and we need to find.
Has Rwanda table anybody received here? We did. So okay. So any one person can fill it out, right? It's for
one
the whole
person
country.
needs to be the scribe for the group.
Has Kenya table received the table?
I did.
Okay. Can you please? Thank you. Uganda table, do you have it? Excellent. And Zambia table, do you have this? Sorry, Zambia table, do you have that table? Okay, good. Same for Malawi. I see the table. Yes, perfect. Mada? Okay. Okay, and Ethiopia. Oh, well. Okay, so we will, once they are here, we can do that. Okay, so I think the table heading is very much self-explanatory. We're only looking for one person or one table per country to be filled out. So just to explain very quickly again, maybe if it's useful. Yeah, scroll.
There are 2 sections, right?
Can you scroll? Can you scroll?
Let's see.
Yeah, Emmanuel, can you scroll down?
No, it's not a slide. So go back up. There are 2 parts to this sheet, and we only need one person to transcribe for the whole table, country table. So as you can see, it's really about understanding what is your situation, where do you see your gaps now in terms of the ASCENT project data collection and management, in terms of the digital monitoring, reporting, verification. We spoke a lot about digital MRV. Where do you think is your country in that journey? Also the carbon market readiness, the whole preparation of documentation, seeking approval and authorization, the discussion, the situation on monetization. Where is your country? Is your country really has had engagement, transactions already? If yes, how many? If not, what are do you have any plans? And where do you see the key challenges? And if you can go scroll down, I don't know who has a control. Here, what we'd like to do is, what are you planning to advance the implementation of the ASCENT carbon program? So for the different areas, ASCENT project data collection and management, the digital MRV, the carbon market readiness, monetization, what are the priority action you identified? Who are the responsible institutions? Who will need to lead this, and who will need to be involved? Because now we all determined that there needs to be, in some of these issues, more than one institution connected. The other one is, by when do you think that could be done? I can't see. Challenges, and where would you think you need support? And that is, we would appreciate that feedback on where you need support, so we can try to see how we can organize ourselves to better provide that support that you think you need.
And there are 3 rules to this. Number 1, names. We want names, not just institutions. Rule number 2, you are not allowed to put an institution who's not in the room. Because, I mean, that would be so convenient, right? That you just name somebody who's not even here as the responsible institution. So that's not allowed. You have to put your name in there. And number 3 is that the indicative timeline has to be within the next 3 months. Do not say that the next timeline is, let's talk in February 2027. Yeah, that's not allowed either. So those are the 3 rules as you prepare your roadmap. How many people in this room have heard of the 100-day challenge? Nobody?
So take your time and really consult with your team. It's meant to be representative of your whole group, because you are the Tanzania team. We would like all of you to be represented, all your different institution present. You know, you should see where your needs are, where your situation is. Once it is finished, if you could please send it to me and Ashia. You have our email addresses there, so then we can compile this. And it's really not meant to do anything but really for us better understand where you are and better understand how we can better support you.
And we forgot to add one thing, which I'm going to add, which is please also share it with your TTL, with your ASCENT TTL who is at your table. Because I asked so for Tanzania, Rhonda is here. For Kenya, who's here? Maybe Claire can sit in for Alex. For Rwanda team, I have Clementine here. For Uganda team, I have Yabe here. For Burundi team, I have Juliet here, who's just not at the moment, but she is here. For Malawi, we have Aisha here. And for Zambia, we have Francis here. I hope you're not working on something else. And then for Madagascar, we have Mahamadou here, yes. And Ethiopia, we have Nora. So the reason I am taking names is because these are the colleagues who are going to be tracking and chasing this work plan, not Martina and Ashia from all the way from Washington. They will, of course, but very much we from the ASCENT teams will be looking at how this is going. So, so please, when you are emailing, please also email with your country-specific colleague who's around the table. Yeah, okay, I will stop talking and let you work.
If you see areas that are particularly important to you that are not reflected here, please add them. This is not meant to be constraining. It's just meant to be helpful.
Regarder ensemble. C'est ASCENT Project, une collection de données, collecte de données et gestion des données. Donc là, c'est vraiment identifier, vous savez, c'est le schéma d'hier, où il y avait les compteurs, comment est-ce qu'on comment les données vont être collectées. Donc ça, avec le projet ASCENT, c'est régionalisé les appareils. Il y aura des compteurs. Et après, avec le soleil, c'est via la plateforme ASCENT. Et via la plateforme les institutions publiques. Donc peut-être une action à identifier, c'est de collecter, de faire des réunions avec les deux unités de coordination de projet pour savoir quelles données seront disponibles. Je ne sais pas si ça vous bien. C'est peut-être avec maintenant, puisqu'il n'y a personne dans les unités de gestion, c'est peut-être présenter les unités de gestion de projet, ce qui a été discuté pendant ces quelques jours et identifier avec les données. Qu'est-ce que vous en pensez?
With different modules. Yes. Program.
Qu'est-ce que vous en pensez de cette première action-là sur la collecte des données, gestion des données? Quelles sont les actions que vous imaginez
So the question is other programs.
Pour l'instant, je pense que l'idée c'est de se concentrer sur quelques éléments. Déjà, c'est bon, mais la sécheresse et la pour l'instant, je pense que la concentration, c'est une fois il fallait la mer, elle n'est pas impliquée dans l'essai. Oui, mais en fait, il faut qu'on se focalise sur quelques projets qui ne sont pas compris. Là, c'est pas des choses. On ne peut pas couvrir toutes les activités qui potentiellement peuvent générer du carbone, des crédits. Si, parce que les données, elles sont... Si, c'est important, parce que là, on parle bien des données. Vous les cherchez comment? Et c'est soit des choses, soit les données. Non, parce que les données, elles ne sont pas traitées de la même manière. Que ce soit les eaux que ça parle, c'est les projets sont des gens, il faut s'adapter. Je veux dire, parce que ce qu'on élargit à celles dans les appels d'offres, etc., c'est pas la même chose que ça ça, c'est normal. Je pense qu'il faut des réunions spécifiques. Il faut une réunion avec vos acteurs, une réunion avec la régie des eaux, une réunion avec le soleil. Pour tout ce qui est lancement. Et je ne pense pas que les communications
Même si ça peut être de la pour c'est même peut-être que ça peut dire c'est déjà pris 650 parce que ça
c'est dans le cadre de l'énergie, c'est dans le cadre de ASCENT. Il y a la documentation pour les autorisations. Juste pour venir sur la régie des eaux, en fait, il faut des données. La régie des eaux n'a pas de données. Ils ne savent pas combien les consommateurs consomment, etc. Non mais réfléchissez à ce qu'on a dit, il faut des données fiables, crédibles, transparentes. Et tout ça, c'est juste de la télé-relève manuelle sur des compteurs qui sont parfois partagés. Donc en fait, les données régies des eaux, elles vont arriver avec ASCENT, le réseau va être réhabilité, il y aura des paramètres, etc. Pour l'instant, ce n'est pas des données crédibles, ni transparentes, ni réelles. Donc en fait, la donnée régies des eaux, elle va venir. La responsabilité de ces connexions. Et ça, les données, elles viennent de techniciens qui font ça manuellement sur des compteurs partagés, etc. En fait, c'est la oui, mais là, c'est sur les mini-réseaux. C'est sur le réseau,
vous n'allez pas réussir à avoir le résultat que vous voulez, c'est-à-dire un résultat de carbone.
Qu'est-ce que vous dites? Les données, c'est pour les clients actuels ou c'est les clients?
Alors, est-ce que c'est peut-être la prochaine, c'est peut-être les mêmes logiciels? Si c'est un logiciel pour l'expansion des réseaux, c'est la question. Je suis d'accord avec vous. Je pose la question, qu'est-ce que vous faites? Qu'est-ce que vous allez faire de nouveau? Voilà. Et ça, c'est peut-être un
Mais si on dit que les clients ne sont pas payés, il faut bien préciser.
Et c'est vraiment ce grand tableau Excel. On est capable d'être productif avec la fonction de la carte vérifiée par le cadre ça, il y a des catalogues très clairs une vérification qui a peut-être pas ça va être la condition.
Donc qui serait responsable d'organiser ces réunions? Donc ça fait 3 réunions. Ce sera Mais en fait, il faut pas là aujourd'hui, il faut 3. C'est Soleil qui est le plus. C'est le projet Soleil qui est le plus avancé. C'est lui qui peut porter les projets à terme. Parce que les plateformes sont en place. Mais j'ai désolé, il n'y a pas l'intégrité de données, ce ne sera pas là. Le DAO réhabilitation, il y a la qualification, le DAO réhabilitation, avec les indicateurs, etc., il n'est même pas en place. Nous, on a mis une signature en février 2025 pour la DAO réhabilitation. Après, les travaux sont sélectés de
Hello. Can I have your attention, please? Can I have can everybody who is working on this table raise their hand, please? Everybody who is working on this table, raise your hand, please. Raise your hand if you are working on this. Just trying to make sure. Zambia table doesn't seem to be working on this. Okay, good. Okay. Excellent. Okay. Everybody's working. Good.
regulation. So the regulation is very direct to the private sector.
Les données qu'elles vont collecter de manière fiable, c'est ça qu'on s'appelle. Quelles données qui organise ces et quand. Ça, c'est relativement facile. Et nous, en termes de support, on peut demander une présentation de ASCENT sur le est-ce qu'il y a d'autres choses sur les données? Sur la plateforme, j'écris maintenant. J'ai mis organiser des réunions spécifiques avec chaque projet, les gilets d'eau, les appareils de surveille, identifier les données.
I have a lost iPad here. Is anybody missing an iPad? You?
Ensuite sur la plateforme.
So the iPad is still lost. Is this yours?
Ça, moi je l'ai dit, effectivement, il peut y avoir une chose organisée, je pense qu'il y a quand même un préalable, un thème sur
Same Ministry of Finance signed. Financing that? Yeah, there'll be a transaction. So,
you signed the contract.
Would it be so Climate Finance Unit is the lead on the transaction? With Minnesota. So, one thing I'm asking, Mark led the discussion on travel. To do some workshops. This is something that the government transaction ready.
It was already this. I think it will become a massive we have ESP. ESP can do documentation.
ESPQ 2026. Yeah, ESP 2027, and if you import sort of ESP and then the access is basically ESP has large.
Yeah. So yeah, we can do anything from January 1st, 2025. So if there's offering from any activity, finance, different projects, it's not taken by senior people.
But the need CCP is important. CCP right now is not here, so probably you internally to organize one voice.
So I was just wondering how so we're providing technical assistance, different types of technical assistance. Support EMRD, support readiness programs. So I'm trying to understand how we start to come with it.
Non, c'est juste la décision.
Okay, yes, it's implementation, but this time is everything is so just the timeline. Just finished when you said about what was to do.
Carbon finance.
Because whatever is happening here, the head is somewhere. Doing some permutations and he has some plan work. Something he has worked out. Shall just validate.
So this is the other area that we need ownership. Who owns the credits? We need to define how so that's an area just it's going to be spread. Yes. We need to make sure we have so this ownership is the right
I'm just trying to think that I'm hoping that we have some clause.
Currently, basically, that's not all so if the company, they can
The company that go ahead and give them the company.
households, how many people are less than 2 years. And then there's also you have to there's some amount of revenue. Next week we'll have been discussing that, and then you have to update the operation to include all these. Once you figure out what you want. So ideally, so you've done all these grid connections. You know, ways like have the government just say, communicate, this is because you got a benefit, the household market. So the way, and I'm not a lawyer, the market, this lawyer, there are ways you can manage this. Ideally, the best way is that when they're agreeing to the grid connection, they sign it. And then whoever the contractor,
signing it, and they come and credit the whole
all the years have to go to
Okay, so I hope it's going well. I see good. So, okay. Can I have everyone's attention, please? Hello, hello. No, totally somebody ignoring me. Okay. We have 10 more minutes. 10 minutes, please. 10 minutes to finish this, please. 10 minutes. Did you hear? These minutes? Okay, 10 minutes. You make it. Okay, so 10 minutes. The reason I'm saying 10 minutes is because you can think forever. But we don't want you to think forever. We need to get to action. Think about the next 5 steps that you need to take. You don't have to think to the end of time, right? So, 10 minutes.
That's a CCD issue.
Where are you?
Hier, vous savez, le tableau, il y avait des cases.
Oh, we need to validate it. We're discussing it. Yeah.
Mais après, moi je ne sais pas exactement ce que ça veut dire, mais je pense que pour chaque projet, ça au moins par exemple, multiplication of carbon projectiles, ça s'exprime sur les ça peut être
What's that? No problem. No problem.
Okay, is this table done? Yes, no? Almost? Okay, because there are other tables who are beginning to do other business.
Et après, j'ai mis legal advisory sur certaines choses, par exemple les repas. Parce que là, c'était bien parce que c'était un peu. Je pense qu'il y a besoin d'une petite présentation, en fait, un peu un résumé de trois choses.
Économique.
Très bien. Faut le demander, marquez-le.
Okay, so I see that many of the colleagues are on their kind of last points. So if I may request you to just go ahead and conclude in the next 5-7 minutes, so then we can talk about what you have been doing for the last 1 hour. I think we have lost Martina to Zambia completely.
So the registry there, we have what happens.
Okay. So, 5 more minutes. No, actually. 4 more minutes. I'm sorry to hurry you along, but 4 more minutes because then we do a walk around, a wrap around session, closing, and then you can go. Okay, so I think we need to move on. Can I request everyone to confirm that you are done? Yes? Burundi, how are you doing? Done? Oh, looks, wow. Excellent. Okay, so somebody from one or more people from Burundi table, not the bank colleague, our guest, please be ready to say a few words at the conclusion round. Not right now, I will come back. Okay, right now? Okay. I think, no, you're out of time. You are going to be all together next week. To be continued is more like it, right? Exactly. Wonderful. Are we good? Malawi is good. Super. Madagascar? Are you guys done? 5? No. 2. I'll get to that table. You have time. Okay, how are we doing? Super. Do you want to see? You did? Okay. Oh, lovely. You even have dates. I am impressed. Super. Okay. Well, you had no issues, right? No challenges, no cost. Okay. How's Tanzania doing? Are you done? Super. Okay. Kenya. You done? Excellent. You guys have been long done. Refinement? No. We're getting 5 minutes. So while we have a couple of tables who are just wrapping up, if I may have your attention, this is the last session of the day. Actually, this is the last session of the workshop. Hello? Nobody interested in finishing this workshop? Can I have a show of hands for people who want to continue the workshop tomorrow? Okay, no, we're not doing that. But 5 more minutes and then I'm going to start coming around for summary remarks from each of the tables. So please identify one person from each country or two who wants to share the summary with us.
Yes, yes. Start with that. Start. This is what this is the end of the story. We're gonna tell you the full
Okay, so this is it. I done? Done? Excellent. Okay. Okay, so I see that everybody is now done. Malawi team can probably start. So you're going to be the first ones to go. I'm looking at the Uganda team, which is still like at it, and requesting them that their 2 minutes are like 3 minutes ago. So just go ahead and send it. Moses, just send it. Just send it. Okay. So, how many people found this exercise to be useful? Raise your hands. I'm just, exactly. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. And those who did not raise their hand, I hope they're just ignoring me. And actually did find this useful. So I'll just go with that. So this is the last session of the day. You see my boss on the screen. I don't know, boss, if you can hear us. Excellent. He also hears us. So be please very, very careful what you say. And then say only good things about us. Yeah? Okay. So Simon, we're about to start the, they have spent the last 1 hour preparing a roadmap of how they're going to go back from here and start moving forward on the DMRV, the monetization, the carbon market parts, and so forth. So I had given them 3 rules. One was that they must not put in the institutional roles and responsibility somebody who's not here. Because that's like the easiest way of getting something off your table, which is you nominate someone else. Second was that they have names there, right? So not just an institution, which is an amorphous thing. And then the third was to keep it, what was the third? What was the third rule?
We did how long?
I gave them 3 months, which is probably asking for a lot, but I told them to focus on actions that they can take in the short term and not activities that we are going to talk about next year in February, right? So those were the 3 requests that I had made. So now what we're going to do, Simon, is we're going to go around the tables and ask each delegation to share with us what is like a high-level summary of the roadmap that they have come up with, right? What do they see as the immediate next steps that they're going to take? Who is going to be leading that from their side, as well as any other quick observations that they may have. So hopefully that will also give yourself and Olivier an opportunity to just hear like a outcome, right, of the workshop. And then we'll turn to the 2 of you for quick closing remarks. And that will be basically our concluding session. And then the colleagues can go for a coffee and then go have a party. So I'm going to start at the Malawi table simply because I gave them advance notice. But then I'm going to go on to the Uganda table, who has been working diligently on a very complex table. So it's a challenge to them to summarize. So who from Malawi is going to be speaking? Here you go.
All right. I need that one. I need a bigger mic. I thought I would do it this morning. Thank you. For the Malawi team, we did what we were asked to do. Where we are now, then planning ahead. For where we are now on ASCENT data, we are saying that since we are yet to start connections, so what we have right now are just estimates on targets. In terms of digital MRV, we are currently contracting a consultant to help us in setting up our DMRV. In terms of the carbon market readiness, registration for entities is not yet done. Otherwise, on roadmap, the roadmap has been agreed for the entity registration and carbon process. In terms of the main, we have a draft main for clean cooking, which is yet to be submitted to DNA for a letter of no objection. And since we have not done all the other processes in terms of carbon market readiness, DMRV, there's nothing yet on monetarization. The challenges that Malawi has so far is awareness of our carbon markets. I think there's need for more awareness, and the issue of data management, and then lack of capacity on carbon markets, which is closer related to awareness, then lack of smart metering. Because what we are saying is if we are to be able to capture data for carbon markets, we need to have smart data, which we don't have right now. Going ahead, what Malawi is saying is on ASCENT data on ASCENT project data collection and management, there's the priority areas, customer relationship management. By this, we are saying we need to have full customer data, like where customers particularly is using probably GPOs or whatever, and the details that would be required for carbon credit. There's also another priority area is procurement of data management tools, because as we are saying in Malawi right now, our data is not so organized. You can ask some of these people on this table, they will not even know their birth date. So we need, we are in the process of, a priority area is a procurement of data management tools. The other priority area is training for participating institutions. We are saying all these institutions that are participating in the carbon market here in on this table, and others that are not here, they need for training, because even for some of us, some of the on this table we are saying, some we are saying NDA, some we are saying DNA. That's there's need for capacity building on carbon marketing, and then there's a need for another priority area is piloting. So for this on ASCENT data, the responsible institution is Ministry of Energy and Mining. The indicative timeline is to end April, and the challenge to implement is the cost, because most of these will need funding. So the support that's needed on data is funding. In terms of digital MRV, we are the priority area is contracting. That we have two priority areas: one, contracting a consultant, then configuring and setting up the DMRV. For both, it's under Ministry of Energy. The contracting out the contracting for a consultant is underway, and it will be done end February, while the configuring and setting up will be done end April. And in terms of the gaps, there's lack of technical expertise on carbon market. Hence, we need technical assistance from DNA and obviously from funding partners like Commerce. In terms of carbon market readiness, the priority area actually three. First one is registration. The second one is finalization of main for clean cooking. And the third one is design of project documentation and also validation of the documentation. So going back for registration, it's under Ministry of Energy for February 2026, and on that one we don't have gaps and we don't need any support because it's already underway. For finalization of main for clean cooking, the only assistance that's required is expertise. That's technical expertise for technical assistance. Likewise, on the project documentation, we also need technical assistance for quality assurance, but also funding because the process will require us to have a consultant. Just like after we do the documentation, we need the project document to be validated, and we don't have that capacity, so we need the funding for a consultant to help us with that. On monetization, what we can do right now that's planned is estimates, because we currently have not done any project documentation, so we'll just do estimates, which will be under the Ministry of Energy and the Ministry of Finance for April 2026, and the gap that we have there is expertise, so we need technical support from our partners. On any other, as Malawi, we are saying we need peer learning on project design, documentation, and all other carbon issues from countries that are doing better, like our neighbor Zambia, countries like Rwanda, Uganda. We've seen that they have gone far, so we are asking our ASCENT lead here, Aisha, that maybe we need some peer learning from these other countries that are doing well. That one, of course, we need funding, and because that's a gap that we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause for Malawi, particularly because they actually have a timeline that goes till April. So they're very serious about trying to getting a lot of these things done between now and April, May, which is, I hope, is like setting the bar high in terms of how we want to see this done, right? So because I gave a heads up to Uganda, I'm going to walk over to Uganda table, and I am giving advance notice now to Zambia to be ready to go next. So will this be you, Mr. Moses?
Yes, in terms of Uganda, that is Kampala. We have tried to assess ourselves where we are and to see the gaps we are facing and possibly how to unlock the challenges. Looking at the ASCENT project, we realized that we have a one functioning digital monitoring and reporting verification system, which were designed capturing majorly solar home systems, but we are expanding the scope, the horizon of the project. We wanted to include the clean cooking technologies. We want to include the mini grids. We want to include the biogas systems and grid connection and extension component. So we are thinking about how to improve, to modify the system, or have other standalone systems but integrated to have one umbrella system that communicates for the sector while capturing various sub-components of the project. So we, in terms of carbon market readiness, we have found ourselves, we have the National Climate Act in place, we have the carbon market regulations in place, which were approved in 2025. We have green taxonomy regulations where we're rating the green projects under Ministry of Finance. We also have the National Climate Financing Strategy in place. And we have assessed ourselves, we are doing fairly good in terms of readiness. Then in terms of monetization, still, we have the climate financing unit in place under Ministry of Finance. We have the National Climate Financing Vehicle, an account that will be able to receive and negotiate, and also the team that will be able to negotiate our carbon potential to the buyers and the brokers and so forth. But we also found ourselves on the challenges. We lack the sector digital monitoring tool at sector level, which can accommodate and capture different credits from different sources. We also found ourselves we lack the carbon market framework for the energy sector, which are specific to give modalities and operational framework for service providers and other SMEs involved in the carbon market. And also lack the sector coordinating carbon market task force that looks at how different participants from other sectors are interlinked to ensure that there is a seamless flow and approvals of the carbon initiatives. Then we move to where we, what we are planning to advance our implementation with the ASCENT carbon program. In terms of the priority areas, number one is system upgrade and integration with prospectors. We want to bring more systems, existing DRM integrated and be able to communicate with prospect. This will give us a leverage to jumpstart the ASCENT program and realize our carbon potential earlier than anticipated. Our time frame, we'll put it at 1st June 2026, as per the guidelines that we don't go beyond 3 months, though it is subject to so many questions. Then challenges on implementation, we have financial limitations because we have a year budget which we always pass by June. So it is very hard to smuggle into the running budget unless if you get the budgetary support and also the technical assistance to ensure that we do these system upgrades and we design more systems to accommodate our carbon credit potential. Then we also need to fast track carbon market framework for energy sector to unlock other potential carbon resources. And then we need to fast track development of national carbon registry. At the moment, as Uganda, we don't have the national carbon registry to monetize our carbon potential. So all those we have given a time frame of 3 months, and our deadline is the 1st June. And the implementing agents will put Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. And we need the budgetary assistance and the technical assistance to unlock that potential. Then on digital monitoring and verification system, we have already one effective functioning system which was designed for solar, for standalone solar systems, and we need to improve this system to incorporate other sub-components, sub-project components, the windmills, the biogas systems, and the grid connection systems. Those and the same agency will put UECCC and Ministry of Energy. The time frame will put at 1st May 2026, and still the challenges is funding limitations and technical assistance. So the way forward, our prayer is to provide the budgetary support required and the technical assistance to unlock this potential. Then we move to carbon market readiness at project preparation approvals and so forth. We have found ourselves here, what we need to first deal with as an action point is to establish the sector level task force that will involve Ministry of Water, Ministry of Energy, and Ministry of Finance to have a task force ready to digest and provide a way forward timely. And we have provided a framework to the time frame by 1st May 2026, task force should be in place. Then we also found that we need a fast track, put in place the carbon market framework for the energy sector. And the timeline is 1st May. And still we need the budgetary support and the technical assistance. We also need to put in place a carbon market national registry. Still the time frame is 1st May 2026, which looks to be really impractical. But then on monetization, we need to put in place the carbon market national registry. It is really core to monetize our carbon potential. Though that shouldn't stop us from progressing, because we already have another avenue where we are using to register our carbon credits. And then the implementing agents will be Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, and Ministry of Water and Environment, and the carbon financing unit under Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. The timeline is 1st May 2026. The limitations, we have the budgetary limitations and technical assistance, and we look forward to get the technical support from the well wishers and support and budgetary support. Then on any other, still we also need to operationalize our carbon market physical framework. It is it has been now developed, but we need to put it in operation, and this will be the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the carbon financing unit, and the timeline is 1st May, and we also have limitations in budget execution. And our prayer is to provide the budgetary support and the technical assistance. That is all from Kampala. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is definitely a big hunt going for well-wishers at this table. I think, did I say Zambia next? Yes, okay. And is Zambia ready? So next we're going to go to Burundi. So just asking Burundi table to get ready.
Thank you very much. In terms of the ASCENT project data collection and its management, the priority actions that we have under this, it's capacity building. I think I've heard my colleagues also are focusing on this. Perhaps for us, not really spreading it to well wishers. We shall be very specific on our proposal. So the responsible institutions that are there under capacity building, we're talking about ZESCO and RIA, and we are looking at indicative timelines being June, though we are not very clear whether it can be done within this period. So the second one is also the first one is capacity building on ZESCO, second one capacity building on baseline requirements, that is clean cooking strategy, and also appropriate baselines and classification of data needed for cook stoves. So this will be RIA. So the indicative timelines, we are not very certain when we can do this. The support needed for this is onboarding of RIA and ZESCO teams on required data collection and management, and also clarification of methodology requirements for baseline, including clean cooking. Okay, so there's also capacity building that is required also for the Ministry of Energy. In terms of the digital MRV, the priority actions that we have identified is procurement of the DMRV platform, and responsible institutions, it's RIA and COMESA, and also the training platforms for RIA teams. In terms of timelines, we are not very certain on the timelines on this one. I think we are yet to work out what timelines can work for us. So in terms of the carbon market readiness, so the capacity building issue still comes up. It's one of the aspects of the priority actions that we've identified that we need. So there's need for RIA to submit the main to Ministry of Green Economy, to also begin the MADD works with COMESA. This will be aimed to identify the validators, start the procurement process. And also one of the activities is submission of the MADD to Ministry of Green Economy. The responsible institutions, of course, it's RIA, Ministry of Green Economy, There's also need for RIA to work with World Bank to hire consultants, to get information needed from relevant agencies. Another activity is RIA to approach COMESA for contracting of validators of the MADD, and RIA also to submit MADD to Minister of Green Economy. So we really need to work out on the timelines on all these issues. So the timeline is not really that something that we've put here. In terms of monetization, of course, capacity building comes up again. But in this case, Minister of Finance comes in the picture with RIA. In terms of support needed, I think we are yet to fill in this gap on exactly what we would need for this. So basically, those are some of the activities that we plan to do. Yeah. So in summary, thank you.
Thank you very much. It's slightly concerning that there is not a timeline, but but because the ASCENT Carbon team is actually going to Lusaka next week, I'm sure they can rectify that. But there is one thing which I would, just as an observation, there are so many things which we don't know that we don't know, right? We don't even know that we don't know them. But let's not be worried about that. Let's focus on that which is in our control and that which we can do, right? And kind of move fast on those. So with that, I am going to give the mic to the Burundi team and ask the Madagascar team to be ready next.
Merci beaucoup. Bon après-midi tout le monde. Alors, du côté du Burundi, nous avons également travaillé sur le programme. Alors, pour le premier point qui est en rapport avec la collecte des données, nous avons comme première action l'organisation d'une réunion des acteurs du secteur énergie entre la Régie des eaux, Weza Power, le projet Soleil Nyakiliza et la BR, pour voir la qualité, les données qui existent et leur qualité. Et l'institution responsable, c'est la Direction générale de l'énergie. Et la date limite pour avoir fait ça, c'est avril 2026. Pour les appuis nécessaires, nous avons trouvé qu'ils auront besoin d'un questionnaire qui renferme les questions qui devront être posées à l'occasion de la collecte de la vérification de la qualité des données. Pour le deuxième point, qui est le MRV digital, nous avons proposé l'organisation d'une réunion régionale de ASCENT pour expliquer les différentes étapes et la mise en place d'une plateforme MRV nationale. Nous avons également trouvé que la date limite ne devrait pas dépasser le mois d'avril et que l'institution responsable sera la Banque mondiale. Alors, nous avons également relevé l'organisation d'organiser une démonstration de comment est-ce que la plateforme va être opérationnalisée. Et aussi, avoir la décision du gouvernement par rapport à quelle plateforme digitale qui sera préférée, d'autant plus qu'il y a également une plateforme qui nous a été proposée, qui est la plateforme de la Banque mondiale, la plateforme Prospect. Alors sur le point de la Carbon Market Readiness, c'est vrai que au cours des différentes prises de parole, vous avez entendu que nous avons un cadre du Carbon Market du Burundi qui est en train de suivre les différentes étapes pour l'approbation par le gouvernement du Burundi. C'est un document qui n'est pas encore validé. Et comme ce n'est pas toutes les parties prenantes qui ont pris connaissance du document, nous avons trouvé qu'il serait bien d'organiser d'abord une réunion de présentation du draft du cadre du marché carbone pour le Burundi, et que cette réunion devrait se tenir en mars. Le point focal, l'institution point focale, c'est le ministère de l'Environnement, et le principal défi qu'il y a, c'est l'appui financier pour organiser la réunion, l'atelier de revue. Alors, ce décret ou ce cadre devra être approuvé, bien sûr, et nous avons trouvé que l'approbation ne devrait pas dépasser le mois de juin, et que l'institution responsable est la primature, c'est le bureau du Premier ministre. La promulgation de notre cadre du marché carbone devra également être faite par le président de la République, et la date limite, nous avons retenu le mois d'août. Cela sera suivi par la préparation de projets ASCENT, du projet Soleil, qui devront se faire pas plus tard qu'au mois d'août, et l'institution responsable, c'est la Direction générale de l'énergie. Et les appuis nécessaires, nous avons trouvé qu'on aura besoin d'appui de la part du programme ASCENT régional pour l'élaboration, les préparations des projets ASCENT et du projet Soleil Nyakiriza. Alors, dans le cadre toujours du cadre du marché carbone, il y a nous avons trouvé que que le pays n'a pas encore de registre carbone et qu'il faut le mettre en place. Et donc, la date limite de mise en place du registre carbone pour le Burundi a été fixée au mois de septembre. Et nous demanderons également un appui de la part du programme ASCENT régional pour la mise en place du registre carbone. Monétisation. La monétisation, c'est la préparation du Mitigation Outcome Purchase Agreements par le ministère des Finances. Nous avons mis cette activité à février 2027, en sachant que toute cette période d'avant février 2026, ça sera la préparation pour avoir tous les documents nécessaires pour le cadre du marché carbone. Et en février 2027, on va commencer à organiser des mémorandums d'entente et également de faire des contacts avec les acheteurs de nos crédits carbone. Ça sera également en février 2027, avec comme responsable le ministère des Finances. Les institutions qui seront partie prenante de ça, ce sont le ministère des Finances, le ministère de l'Énergie et le ministère de l'Environnement, de l'Agriculture et de l'Élevage. Et tout ça aura également besoin d'appui de la part programmes qui sont spécialisés dans ce domaine. Et ici, nous avons nommé le programme ASCENT et le COMESA. C'est tout ce que nous avons fait pour le Burundi. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. The one reason why I'm glad that everyone is, really sharing all of their thoughts is because it gives you ideas, right, on maybe something that you missed when you were looking at your own needs. The one thing that I would definitely though recommend is putting more tasks on yourselves, right? That's generally a good idea to move things faster. But let's go to Madagascar, and while Madagascar team is speaking, may I ask Team Rwanda to be ready to go next?
Ok, merci beaucoup. Donc pour le cas de Madagascar, nous allons commencer par l'état des lieux. Concernant donc la collecte des données et aussi la gestion du projet ASCENT, comme vous le savez, actuellement donc le programme ASCENT est en cours d'élaboration. Cela signifie que nous ne disposons pas encore des données disponibles, mais quand même, on a des indicateurs sur les informations à collecter. Donc, dès que le projet est approuvé par les instances supérieures, nous pouvons déjà commencer la collecte. Ensuite, en ce qui concerne la surveillance, la déclaration et la vérification, donc, actuellement, nous utilisons des plateformes autres que Prospect, en l'occurrence Odyssey, dans le cadre de deux projets qui est en cours avec la Banque mondiale actuellement, le projet LEAD et le projet DECIM. Mais quand même, nous allons engager des discussions avec nos supérieurs hiérarchiques, justement pour prendre la décision, quelle plateforme on va utiliser, est-ce qu'on va continuer sur Odyssey, ou bien on va suivre donc la voie des autres pays en optant la plateforme Prospect. Sur la préparation du marché de carbone, la documentation et aussi l'autorisation et les autorités compétentes. Donc, actuellement, Madagascar dispose déjà d'un organisme de gestion donc, qui s'appelle Autorité nationale désignée, et un document établissant les règles, les procédures, les détails et aussi les compétences de cette entité sont déjà disponibles à travers un arrêté donc, qui date de l'année dernière. En ce qui concerne la monétisation, cette autorité désignée est actuellement en cours d'élaboration du cadre réglementaire pour les fonds carbone disponibles, parce que ce qui existe actuellement à Madagascar, c'est le marché de carbone qui régit donc les forêts, pas sur le secteur énergétique. Les défis qu'on a identifiés dans le cadre de cet état des lieux, donc, c'est que étant donné que le projet ASCENT Madagascar est en cours d'élaboration, il est encore complexe et aussi difficile de trouver. Il y a des incertitudes sur la manière d'identifier d'abord les futurs acheteurs. Et aussi, cela dépend également donc, de la finalisation et l'acceptation du projet au niveau des instances, parce que, je ne me trompe pas, ça doit passer d'abord par le board de la Banque mondiale, et ensuite, les parlements à Madagascar sont invités à ratifier le dit accord. En ce qui concerne les activités que nous devons faire pour faire progresser le programme ASCENT, je commence par la collecte des données du projet. Donc, il fallait d'abord définir avec nos supérieurs hiérarchiques la plateforme à utiliser. Et l'entité responsable, c'est le ministère en charge de l'énergie, en collaboration avec le ministère en charge de l'environnement. Les délais que nous avons identifiés ici, c'est à peu près un mois, hein, parce que nous connaissons donc quelquefois la lenteur administrative. Il fallait quand même tenir compte de cet aspect-là. Et quel est le soutien que nous avons besoin? Donc, peut-être qu'on va inviter l'équipe de la Banque mondiale à Madagascar, justement pour prendre contact avec les décideurs. Au moment où l'équipe technique, après que l'équipe technique présente à nos supérieurs hiérarchiques la proposition sur la plateforme. À part cela, nous pensons que nous avons également besoin de formation sur l'utilisation de plateformes au cas où la décision prise consiste à basculer sur la question de prospect parce qu'on n'a pas de l'expérience là-dessus. Donc, l'entité responsable, c'est toujours le ministère en charge de l'énergie, en collaboration avec le ministère en charge de l'environnement. Les défis liés à cette activité-là, c'est surtout donc la disponibilité des fonds, parce que peut-être qu'on n'a pas préalablement prévu cette ligne budgétaire-là. Et comme nous avons actuellement deux projets qui sont en cours de mise en œuvre à Madagascar, donc on va peut-être demander à la Banque mondiale de mettre à disposition une ligne à travers le projet DECIM ou bien le projet LEAD. En ce qui concerne le MRV numérique, le défi que nous avons, l'activité que nous avons identifiée, c'est des assistances techniques, tout d'abord en termes de formation et aussi en dotation de matériel et équipements adéquats. Donc le ministère responsable, c'est toujours le ministère en charge de l'énergie et aussi le ministère en charge de l'environnement. Le délai que nous avons estimé, c'est à peu près 2 mois parce que on doit quand même aussi tenir compte de toutes les procédures, aussi bien nationales qu'au niveau des bailleurs de fonds. Et le défi que nous avons identifié, c'est toujours le même, hein, c'est la disponibilité des fonds. Et on va quand même aussi tourner vers la Banque mondiale pour nous appuyer là-dessus à travers les projets en cours. Sur le 3e point, préparation de marché de carbone, la documentation, l'approbation des projets, l'autorisation de crédit par l'autorité nationale compétente. Donc, les activités que nous avons identifiées, c'est d'abord l'élaboration des cadres réglementaires et tous les documents types qui vont avec. Sur ce point, donc, nous avons besoin de l'appui du ministère en charge des Finances, à part les 2 ministères qui ont été préalablement cités. Le délai estimé, c'est également 2 mois. Par prudence, hein, on veut être allé beaucoup plus vite, mais quand même en tenant compte du contexte local, donc on veut être quand même réaliste. Et quels sont les défis qu'on a identifiés? C'est d'abord la disponibilité des fonds et ensuite l'effet de trouver donc un partenariat. Et en termes de besoins de soutien, donc il y a les soutiens financiers, il y a aussi les soutiens qui se rapportent à l'assistance technique et la dotation de matériel. Sur le dernier point, sur la monétisation, donc l'action prioritaire que l'équipe a pu identifier, c'est de la mise à disposition sur le marché du crédit carbone. Là, l'institution responsable, c'est toujours les 3 ministères, le ministère en charge de Finances, le ministère en charge de l'Énergie et aussi le ministère en charge de l'Environnement, pour un délai aussi de 2 mois par prudence. Et les défis que nous avons pu trouver, c'est le fait de trouver donc des partenaires fiables, parce qu'on n'a pas de l'expérience. Peut-être que Madagascar a déjà eu de l'expérience sur le marché de carbone, sur les forêts, mais là on parle donc du secteur de l'énergie, donc c'est toute une première expérience pour nous. Et en termes de soutien, donc on a besoin de l'appui de la Banque mondiale, justement avec vos expériences, de nous indiquer quels sont les partenaires qui sont intéressés et fiables. En tout, donc, on compte effectuer toutes ces activités-là en 6 mois parce qu'il y a quand même des activités sur lesquelles on peut les faire en même temps. Voilà le cas de Madagascar. Je ne sais pas si les autres collègues souhaiteraient rajouter. En tout cas, donc, merci beaucoup pour votre aimable attention.
Thank you very much. So while I go to the Rwanda table, just one thing to reiterate, and I think it also came up a little bit on a couple of other tables, which was the Prospect regional platform and the support through the carbon engine that we have been talking about is a way to help aggregate and make it easier for you to because it's impossible to do it, develop it one by one for each country, right? So that's where we're trying to get that economies of scale and help make that work. But at the national level, for Madagascar team, for example, or Uganda team, or any of the colleagues, there are other platforms, right? If you wish to use Odyssey as your national platform for your RBF schemes and so forth, absolutely, right? So there is no a compulsion that the national MRV system that you use should be prospect only, right? It's just a regional partner that COMESA is working with, and is our way of trying to get aggregation, which will have to have one platform, right, at the regional level. That's where we are looking at prospect as a way to then channel into the carbon engine. But at the national level, it's your choice, your decision. And the bank team, and I look at Razwan, for instance, stand ready to help you make that decision, right? So if any of the countries still would like to have more discussion to make that decision, you should please feel free to reach out and have that conversation, right? So very much your decision, just like we have been saying for everything else, in terms of hopefully your relationship with your buyer, your ability to set the prices, and how our role really is to help make all that happen. So with that, I have gradually come to the Rwanda table where nobody's looking at me.
I think just to complement what Monali said, also the decision of the platform, it's not a decision only for the carbon, right? You should decide a platform that works for you for the implementation. So if one platform has better functionality, it helps you to do mini-grids better, for example. Other platforms is better for clean cooking, depending what you want to do. You can choose the platform that works best for you for what you're doing, and that platform can also be used to generate carbon credits.
Absolutely, right? So if you have, for example, an Odyssey platform you're using to run a results-based financing program, that's perfectly fine because it can link with the prospect platform at the regional level in the process, for the process of generating carbon credits. So with that, I'm here at the Rwanda table where everyone is like studiously looking away from me. So I can't figure out who's going to speak.
Was going to speak.
Oh, and next is going to be Ethiopia.
Okay, thank you. This is Rwanda. We are from different institutions of the country, including the Minister of in charge of energy, Minister of or in charge of environment, Minister of Finance, and economic planning, and institutional in charge of developing energy for the country, which is Rwanda Energy Group this year. Now from the outcome of our work, let us start by where we are now. For the information related to ASCENT project, data collection and its management, can let us know that we have the ASCENT project. First of all, is already approved and is under implementation, because whatever we are talking about projects, carbon project and ASCENT, without having ASCENT project itself, it can't work. The project is under implementation, and the PIU is established. Regarding the digital monitoring, reporting, and verification, or the MRV, you can say that the eligibility tool which is digitized is in place. It is like a baseline. From the readiness, we have a lot of tools in place that can facilitate the work. As was presented from the morning, the national framework regulating carbon markets in the country is in place, including institutional arrangements. We have the authorization authority in place, can say is DNA. The guy here is representing the DNA. Whatever you will need, he will provide more information. We have reached bilateral agreement with Sweden and Singapore. These are the agreement already reached. We have, as was explained, the carbon project fee structure is online. It's already published. You can access through the website of the Ministry of Environment. We have reached or have benefited from capacity building support from different partners. These are, I can mention some of them, like UNDP, World Bank, GGI, C4O, among others. By now, we are also upgrading the carbon registry. The application for letter of approval for ASCENT is not yet submitted. For the issue of monetization, I think the information is already provided within this, from what I said. But for the challenge we are facing, or we can identify, even if you are on the right way, we have not yet reached the DMRIV 100%. For the plan, priority action that we can identify for ASCENT project data collection and its management. We are planning to align with the MRG to accommodate the ASCENT carbon. As the existing this online tool, there are some features that are required to accommodate all requirements of ASCENT for data collection and management. Responsible institutions are there are a number of institutions that will be involved in this activity, from the ministry in charge of energy, Ministry of Finance, Energy Development Corporation Limited, Rwanda Energy Group. There is a private sector federation especially the umbrella of energy developers. There is a energy developers umbrella which is playing key role in the project for system provision and restoration. When we come to the timeline, we have proposed 3 months. The only challenge you have identified to implement this action is the development of a digital tool. As above I said, it is one of the challenge you have to reach the 100% digital system. Support that will be required is the technical support. These actions and responsibilities, support for data collection are the same for digital MRIV, but allow me to go to the monetization or carbon market readiness. Even if it is above described, we are prioritizing upgrade the existing MRIV. That is where we are identifying challenge to overcome. For the issue of monetization, key action we are planning is a transaction negotiation, where we need capacity bidding for price and emission reduction purchase agreement negotiation. I think this is enough, unless you have any question.
Well, I'm glad to see an ambitious timeline of 3 months. We are very much hoping to come to Kigali for ASCENT Week in June. We'll come check up on you, how you're doing, and be ready to be inspired. Let me go to Ethiopia next, and then Kenya team, if I could come to you next.
Thank you, Monali. Good afternoon, everyone. We as Ethiopian try to fill out the table. Before starting to present the table, I would like to say that we have a limitation or shortage of information because the main actor, that's the Ministry of Planning and Development representative, were not here. So we are a little bit lack of information, but we try to fill out what we have and what we know. So what are you are planning to do to advance the implementation of ASCENT carbon program? For the question, the main topic is ASCENT project data collection and its management. We try to prioritize 3 actions, the capacity building for all actors, and the second one is data collection system, which is pending of the MRV. And the third one is carbon market policy, regulation, and guidelines or framework preparation. For the first one, capacity building training or for the all actors is the responsible institution would be Ministry of Planning and Development, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Water and Energy, Environmental Protection Authority, and we, the implementers, Ethiopia Electric Utility and Ethiopia Electric Powers. So the indicative timeline would be, we just suggested to be May 2026, as you restricted us to not to go beyond 3 months. So the challenges would be lack of resource, so that in this case we need some maybe support from technical and capacity building support from COMESA, World Bank, any kind of support would be helpful. For the second one is data collection system to be in place. That would be the responsibility of MOWI, that is Minister of Water, Energy, and Ethiopia Electric Utility. And this timeline is also May 2026, and the challenge would be lack of resource and technical gap. For the third priority action was carbon market policy, regulation, guidelines, framework development. So for this one, the responsible body would be Minister of Planning and Development, Minister of Water, Energy, Minister of Councils, and Parliament also, because the regulation would be approved by them. So the challenge would be, in this case, lack of technical capacity who would prepare this kind of documents. And regarding the digital MRV, the priority action would be develop and implement data collection software. So the responsible body would be in here, the Minister of Planning Development, Water and Energy, and the implementer agency, that's Ethiopia Electric Utility. And in this regard, the challenge would be poor collaboration between these companies, and in ministers and the main actors also, other than this one. So the third one is the carbon market readiness for Ethiopia. That would be the priority action is establishment of sustainable institutional structure and finalizing legally related documents that we have mentioned earlier, and the capacity building. This would be the priority actions that we planned to do. And the responsible body would be like Minister of Planning and Development, Minister of Finance, Minister of Water, Energy, and the implementers, that's EEU and EEP. So the challenge that we predicted to be in this case would be a challenge of commitment and capacity. So maybe the support we need here is a technical capacity.
Last country remaining is Tanzania, so I'd request last country remaining is Tanzania, so I'd request Tanzania team to be ready while Kenya speaks.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. So from the Kenyan status, in terms of where we are on data collection and its management, on the ASCENT project, we've not yet started. This is also on the DMRV. On carbon market readiness, we already have policies and regulatory instruments in place, as well as institutional arrangements. We have carbon market regulations, and we also have other legislation that in the process of development. But in terms of preparation for the ASCENT carbon credits, we've not yet started, since our project is not yet approved and we've not started to implement. So that the same applies to monetization. So in terms of challenges, we are still struggling to get the project to start implementation, as we are in the preparatory stages. So what we are planning to do in order to advance implementation of the ASCENT carbon markets program, in terms of ASCENT project data collection and its management, on priority action, we have identified a number of action items that we need to take in place, even though we've not yet started the project. One is to accelerate on the project approvals, and this will be the responsible of Ministry of Energy and Petroleum, the National Treasury, and Environment, and NEMA. And for this, we had extended the timelines, not in 3 months, because we know the approvals take quite some times. And in terms of support also, we are still on the development of, on getting the approval for our project concept note from the Treasury. So we are looking forward in maybe in terms of capacity building, in terms of data, that includes data management. Another action item that we have identified is development of data management and governance framework. This is a gap on our side. We currently don't have any framework to govern data on energy, and we feel like it's something that we can start off as we wait for other approvals, and it will also inform maybe on other projects that we have with World Bank and other partners. So this will be the responsibility of Ministry of Energy and Petroleum, and we've also given it quite some time, 6 months, be it being a TA, and we need to develop the TORs to get maybe the consultant to assist in the development. So we say that we need a technical assistance on data management and frameworks. We also need assistance in data analysis tools and capacity, as well as financial resources to be able to execute this, as this will be the baseline also for onboarding the DMRV. We are also looking at capacity building also as one of the priority actions that we need to do on data collection, analysis, as well as management. The responsible institution, we've tried to see around, and for Kenya, we are proposing that throughout the implementation of the project, our coordination will be through Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Environment, and NEMA, and also the National Treasury, as they all play a key role in the implementation. So on digital MRV, what we are proposing is that since we've not yet started implementation of the project, but we want to get to the baseline of it, at least understand the system and how we are going to use it, maybe learn from other countries. And to plan this, we are saying that we'll need about 6 months to be able to execute this. On carbon market readiness, as I've indicated, we already have policies and legislation in place, only awaiting implementation and preparation for the ASCENT project to assess carbon credits. On monetization, is the same case, still waiting for the project for us to implement. And we don't have any other thing to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just checking, Simon, we'd lost you for a minute. Sorry about that. I think you missed half of Kenya's speech, but.
I could hear Kenya.
We can't hear you right now. We're trying to fix that. But in the meanwhile, I'm just going to our last country, Tanzania here, and then hopefully the team will be able to fix the audio so we can hear you as well. So, Tanzania.
Thank you. Is still the last alphabetical letter? T. There is Zambia though. And Uganda. Oh, last but not least. Oh. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Maybe we can start on where are we now? In terms of ASCENT project data collection and its management, we still have discussion with the World Bank. They are still requesting data from the TANESCO, which is a utility company, electricity utility company, and the Rural Electrification Agency. They are requesting some data from these two organizations. And in terms of DMRV, it is unfortunately we didn't know if we do have the DMRV in place, but we are told here that we have it back home, and it is all managed of grid data. So moving forward now, we are going to struggle to ensure that the on-grid data also put on the DMRV. And the carbon market readiness, where are we? We are in a very good position because first we have our DNA, and there is a carbon trade regulation and the guideline in place. Also, we are having the specific office which is dealing with the carbon trade, which is a National Carbon Monitoring Center to coordinate and managing carbon credit trading. Also, we are having in place our National Carbon Registry. So we are very ready in terms of carbon market readiness. So with ASCENT, it will be easier for us to take off. On the monetization, Tanzania is continuing to register and implement carbon credit projects that are generating emissions reduction, which can be sold on the carbon market, particularly the voluntary carbon. So we are very good under the AFPOL sector. Now we are moving forward to the energy sector. So the challenge here, there is a low awareness of ASCENT program, especially the carbon credit trading component. So most of the government agency or entity, we are working on silos. So moving forward now, we are going to coordinate ourselves to work in the team. And most of the projects are under full, while some other sectors are not reached their full potential, example, the energy sector. I forget some readiness. We are having another climate finance coordination section, which the major role is to supervise and mobilize the climate finances, include the carbon finance. And we are having the very big initiative ongoing. We are preparing now the sustainable finance taxonomy. So now it's going to be very easy for us now to define what is green, especially for the energy sector. Is one of the priority sector in our NDC. Another issue, there is low capacity challenge, low capacity on carbon credit trade, especially the energy sector. Also the management, data management is still a challenge. Also preparation of carbon credit project proposal is still a challenge. Therefore, we were just brainstorming who is going to develop the project. We thought maybe REA is going to be a developer. Then how are we going to do the cost sharing and some sort of that? Also, the management of carbon credit revenue or benefit in advancing clean energy initiative. Now that is another area of challenge where we are facing. What we are facing. On the issue of advance to the implementation of ASCENT carbon program, in terms of ASCENT project data collection and its management, institutional readiness, priority area is institutional readiness, data management, especially the DMRV platform. The lead institution will be the Ministry of Energy. Indicative timeline will be June 2026. Challenge to implement this priority action in adequate coordination among government entities. Support needed is operationalization of DMRV, which will involve overall data ecosystem from the data collection to monetization. Another area, digital MRV. Priority area here is scaling up the energy data in the DMRV. The lead institution here, because they are the owner of the data, is TANESCO and REA, and indicative time is June 2026. Challenge is low awareness of DMRV and ET operationalization. Now we need to take it off, to take on. Support needed is capacity building on DMRV. We are having some other issue on carbon market readiness, on project documentation, preparation, approval, and the authorization. So the priority area is preparation of project documentation, preparation, and the approval of the project. And the lead institution here, because I have said that we are having the specific institution which is dealing with the carbon trade, which is National Carbon Monitoring Center, with the responsible ministry, Vice President Office, is the office which is dealing with the issue of environment. Challenging is inadequate skills on project documentation, preparation, approval of project, and the authorization of credit. Capacity needed to prepare project documentation and the authorization of credit. Monetization is how priority area is to reinvest the carbon credit benefit to advance or to finance clean energy projects. And the lead ministry here is Ministry of Finance. Date, timeline is June 2026. Issue here is lack of transparency of carbon credit data. We are not so sure if that money is going to flow into Tanzania. So we need some good assurance on this. Area for support, we need some negotiation skills, monetization of carbon credit, how to do it. And the other challenge with this monetization is complexity to manage carbon finance inflows and the finance and how to track them, the disbursement to the sector. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much. I hope, as you listen to each other, you also recognize quite a few of the challenges that are common, right? And I think that's where is the power of exchanging among yourselves, because you are also going to find solutions internally as to how do you do this, right? How do you solve the issues of maybe internal negotiations is also a skill, not just with the buyer, but also how do you convince the Ministry of Finance to allow all the money to go back to energy access, right? Or negotiation skill between REAs and the utilities within the country to figure out how much money goes in which direction, right? And so forth. So I think there's a lot to do. But I think all of you have really come up with much more tangible actions. And I think what we would really like you to take away from this exercise is we saw the Everest that we had to climb, right, to get to the carbon finance. But it's all comes down to how do you break it down into small steps, small actions, focus on what we can do in the next month, 2 months, 3 months, and not get overwhelmed with the long journey, right? Because in that sense, that's why we are all here. That's why the bank teams are here. That's why COMESA team is here. That's the whole purpose of this exercise, to try and figure that out. So we're not going to do more analysis of this. Dana wants you to do a very quick exercise before we hand over, or rather as we begin asking our two managers to come in and make closing remarks. But before we close, we have a small question for you.
Yes, so a small exercise. So at your table, you all must have a paper like this. So take one paper and write the 4 areas in which you have identified the actions. Data. Yeah, and it's a paper. Don't write your name or table, because this is very anonymous. So write data. Then DMRV platform. Market readiness. And monetization. So very impressively, in each of your tables, you have identified actions that you're going to do in the next 3 months for each of these areas. So as Monali said, we are sort of all learning to climb Mount Everest. So in order to get there, we're climbing these 4 mountains now. Small mountains, hills only. Data, the MRV platform, market readiness, monetization. We would like you to write for each a number that indicates how easy you think this climb is or how difficult it is to reach the actions that you have identified. So 1 is the easiest. That means for data, yeah, we know what to do. Maybe we don't have all the data, and forget the money. I know that many of you said if we have money, we can do it. So imagine that you have money. And you say, yeah, we know what data we need. We know where it is. We just need to collect it. It's easy. We can do it. Or number 5. So number 1 is the easiest. Number 5 is the most difficult. It may be, I have no idea what you are talking about here, right? Or it may be, I know what's needed, but this is just not going to happen in my country because it's just so difficult. And then there's anything in between. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So for each of these, data, DMRV platform, market readiness, monetization, just put 1 number. So some of you may have 1 for all of it. All is easy. Some of you may have 5 for all of it. All of that is hard. This is not to judge, right, one another, that Tanzania knows better what to do than someone else. That's why it's anonymous. We just would like to get a feel from you how hard you think this exercise is or how easy it is. Or which areas are hard, which are easy. Thank you. And we will collect it from you.
Manali, I can no longer hear you in the room. Are you ready to close?
And so again, 1 is easy, 5 is hard. Don't do it the other way around. 1 is easy, 5 is hard.
Simon, can you hear us?
I can hear you, Manali. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Are we ready to close? Unfortunately, I have to leave quite so.
Yes. So we're going to we're giving people another 30 seconds to do this quick exercise, and then we're handing over to you.
Okay, very good. It's a shame we can't hear the outcomes of that exercise as well, although a lot of it was embodied in what we heard from the countries earlier, and that was also very encouraging.
Indeed. Okay. Yes, we have all the tables. Okay, perfect. So thank you very much. We're just taking this anonymous just to try and get to a sense of how you're feeling about it right now. So with that, thank you very much. With that, we come to the end of all the hard work. Thank you for the 4 days. And let me hand over to Simon online for a few closing remarks from his side, and then we'll go to Olivier, and then we will call it a day. Simon, over to you.
Great. Thank you very much, Manali, and thank you to all of you, and congratulations on coming to the point where, as I just heard, you have quite robust action plans moving forward. Thank you in particular, Mesa, for the role you've played in bringing this workshop together. But thank you principally to the country representatives for making the commitment and being here over 4 days. I know that each of you is busy. Each of you has another job, and leaving that and coming here to focus on this important initiative it is an important initiative, and I would like to endorse everything that you have discussed over the last several days on how we can develop better access to carbon finance for access to energy. In some sense, I think the discussions that you've had over the last couple of days break ground. We are looking at organising, we're looking at innovating, proceeding in each of the countries by the ASCENT program in a slightly different way from how we have in the past. And you're all a part of that, and we'll all need to contribute to the success of this program under ASCENT Carbon. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to be part of the discussion over the last couple of days, and in particular today. Unfortunately, I'm a little bit ill, and I didn't want to expose you all to that, so I'm joining you virtually. But I was very heartened to hear, even just in those closing remarks, some very solid action will take us all forward under this principle of ASCENT Carbon to the possibility of raising climate finance, aggregation of the carbon credits that are being realised through the ASCENT programs, and each of you monetizing aggregated carbon in the countries. I'd like to leave you with one thought. Nothing breeds success like success. We have been discussing structures required Article 6 accession requirements that would foster the monetization and the realization of financial benefits under the aggregation of carbon credits from ASCENT. But focus, please, on transaction. I think the fastest way that we can build momentum in this program is to transact, even if it's imperfectly. And I'd like to set you a challenge. You have some already aggressive timelines in what you've outlined today. I'd like to set the challenge to all of the countries present that you be the first country amongst all of these to actually transact when it comes to taking aggregated carbon credits under the ASCENT programs and realizing alternative and extended benefit streams from these. I'm not going to define that too precisely. I'm not going to talk about monetization or leveraging carbon finance, just realizing that extended benefit stream. And I know that Manali and Dana and team will support you in all of this. Also, within some of your closing statements, some very clear indications of where the World Bank Group and our other partners in Mission 300 can come in and support you, either through funding, through technical assistance, through hands-on support, or through helping you structure and leveraging the finance we're trying to access. From me and from all of our teams, you have our commitment, and we want to reflect the commitment you've shown being here over the last several days in that commitment that we have to you. We will be here every step of this journey with you, supporting you in it. It's your journey, but we really want to make it a successful one. And whichever country it is that transacts first, we'll think up a suitable celebration and suitable time for that country, and make sure that we celebrate your success and our ability to build that. I'm going to stop here, Manali, and turn back to you and let Olivier bring a full close. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simon.
Okay, so I'm the last speaker, so you may think, okay, when I'm done, so I'll be very quick. I could have a long presentation, I will not. So I've been asked to reflect a bit on the 3 days. So for me, it was inspiring, it was refreshing, and it was energizing. It's already good for me to move out of Washington and to meet with clients, to meet with you guys, and to see the real work. So first of all, I want to thank you very much for that. Of course, thank COMESA Secretariat first. It's great to be able to organize this kind of event together, and it's not a lot of work behind the scenes, so thanks a lot for the Secretariat. Thank to you, countries coming here and spending some time. I mean, you're quite busy in your respective countries, so it's a big effort for you to come here. Traveling from all over, to Madagascar or Tanzania here, and spending time and a lot of effort on lively discussions. I was very inspired, as I said, by that. And of course, last but not least, the World Bank ASCENT team. And of course, Simon gave very good feedback and very good thoughts moving forward. But again, it's a lot of work, and of course, you can count on us. So bear with me 2 more minutes. So we heard Dan talking about apples and oranges. We heard Monali talked about coffee. I like to talk about cognac. And maybe Simon is not there yet, but I will then bring some bottle of cognac for the first country doing the first transaction, I promise. So why I'm saying that? Because I was trying to make a parallel between the journey when you produce carbon credits and the journey when you produce cognac. And in fact, there are a lot of parallels. So we had 3 days here. The first day was about generating high integrity carbon credits. This is very similar when you have a vineyard and you want to produce cognac. You need to come up with grapes, and you need to produce high quality grapes in order to turn that into cognac. So it's a lot of effort in terms of standards, in terms of independent controls, to make sure that what you're going to produce in a bottle will be good cognac. So in a case of credit, you need methodologies. This is why GCC is here. And you need to make sure that what you have, the methodology will be sound, like you need a kind of right recipe to produce cognac. You also need integrity rules, and this is what, the DMRV, the digital MRV is there. Like you need a kind of independent party to make sure that your bottle of cognac is cognac, and it's not a kind of distilled type of water. And so the key message here is that, like all grapes are not cognac, all emission reductions will not be carbon credit. Point number 2, when it comes to market readiness. Likewise, when you want to sell your bottle of cognac, and as you may know in France, 95% is exported. So you need a kind of clear label. You need a clear appellation system that will make your bottle valuable outside your country. And in that context, you need, in the case of the carbon credit, you need a nimble system. So this is what you spend on day 2. You need clear role for ministries in each country. You need clear role of a regional coordination, and this is what COMESA is doing. Again, this is to be able to create something that will be valued and trusted by third parties. Last point, it's about monetization. We talked today about carbon monetization. Likewise, when you have a brand as a cognac, when you need to access markets, you need to make sure that you can value it. And in order to value it, you need to make sure that you can bottle it, you can brand it, and sell it to sell it to the right people. And the price will depend, in case of cognac, on the age, how many years you're going to spend, leaving your cognac in a kind of bottle, and oak barrels, the market positioning, what is your target buyers, and of course accessing to the buyers. So this is exactly what we talk about here, about market monetization, having this kind of marketplace to make sure that you can value your credits, but in order to do that, they need to be authorized, they need to be issued, they need to be transferred, and they need to be sold. So it's a very specific system to turn, in fact, your data into dollars. So it's a D2D approach here. So again, very nice parallel. Of course, it's not as palatable than a bottle of cognac, although we have now, this kind of credit certificates, which to some extent give some sense of a reality of the ton of carbon. So I would leave that by saying that ultimately, as I just said, cognac and carbon credits are very similar. You need high integrity at origin. You need strong national and regional institutions. And you need also an efficient market in order to create value out of your assets. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you very much, Simon. Thank you. Thank you, Olivier, for those words. I think cognac has probably put everybody now in a different mood. So we're not going to talk about work anymore. We're just going to request Aisha is going to put up a short, quick survey. We would like you to complete, and once that is done, we're also done for the day. I'm sure you guys are super sad at this moment because the workshop is done. You're going to have to go back home, and you're going to miss us terribly. But I'm sorry to say you're not going to get too far away from us because what we are planning to do, please scan that QR code, and we would really like to get some quick feedback from you. And while Asha is trying to set up some fun music to get you in good mood, so you give us good feedback in that survey. But other than that, we will follow up. There will be follow-up in 2 or 3 different ways. One is the follow-up on the country-specific actions that we have discussed or that are in your roadmap. The second is more from COMESA Secretariat side in terms of follow-up through on the model policy framework process. And the third one is more broadly in terms of how can we and how do we help you next. Is the QR code working? Oh, the QR code is gone. This is it. You missed your chance to give feedback. No, hold on. We'll find it. Something happened.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. And before we go, thank you for all your participation, but a couple of other follow-ups. Several of you have asked us about the presentations, and I know these can be very helpful for you to go back and think about the next steps. And so these will be made available to you I think through CAMESA, we'll put them on a website and you can access them, so we'll send you that link. Also, we'll prepare kind of a summary of the key messages and the key follow-ups from this meeting, so we all make sure we don't forget really the good work that has been done here. So bear with us. Probably sometime next week or the week after, we'll share that with you as well.
And just a little quick feedback on this last quiz that I have asked you to do. So what I was very pleased to see that there were very few 5. So sort of there were very few things that people felt like this is impossible. And if they were on monetization, which is understandable because that's at the end of the process. So we don't know, collectively we don't know everything, right? How we will get there, but very few on the other things. What I found interesting on the other 3 things is that they were very close to each other when you add up. But not that because everyone put the same marks, it's because there seems to be differences. So in one country, it seems that data is easy, but the DMRV is difficult. In other country, it's the market readiness that's difficult, while maybe DMRV is easy. And that's interesting because that means that there is really an opportunity for more exchanges also in between yourselves. Because if you find something that you figured out how to do it in one country, you can share that information with others and vice versa. So I think what we will also try to do is not just to, as mentioned, to work with you and support you, but also continue allowing you these exchanges so that you can learn from each other as well.